Hello!
Welcome back, everybody.
Hello. Eventually he's going to be around.
Yeah. Well, apparently
Give him
it's just
time.
apparently it's that next character's outfit he's has making this.
Holy shit. It is completely awesome.
So what dice are you going to use today?
Alright, we are back. We are minus our monkey, Hamari.
I told
And,
you there's more to it.
Even
We
got
have
my
now-
dice for my next character.
After slaughtering a whole bunch of
Little
orcs,
roses.
they're getting teleported to the north. We finally found Kugath and his entourage.
I did not commit any more
Yep,
crimes.
that's Kugath Chainchewer, and that's his wife, Swilina Kugath Chewer.
I don't know. But maybe convention might disagree with you.
We looked it up. We looked it up. They were fleeing. They didn't surrender.
Yeah, based on various. Yeah, that could be very debatable.
No.
Only slave war.
It's not a war
I'm gonna
crime
set
if it's
this
the first time.
No.
We
Yeah.
didn't think
it's-
about if there were other people in that building.
Yeah.
No, okay. That's I don't take anything from that.
Yeah.
But fleeing is different than surrender. Yes.
I know they say that, but some countries
It
and
is.
cultures may not say the same
It
way.
didn't matter for you when it was Baron of the Black Ballad. He was
It
fleeing.
didn't. I went after him the whole time.
He was fleeing, and you tried everything to go after him.
I
still
knock
did.
people out.
Don't mention more deso.
Ooh, boy. Meyer really wanted him dead.
I knock people out. You're the ones throwing fucking fireballs and shooting solar beams and crap like that.
Yes.
I knock people out.
And decapitating
Seems-
people. That
Yeah.
was pretty cool.
Yeah.
You kind of just walked into your sword.
That's that too.
He was running and I just held it up.
Yeah.
His body kept running for a minute.
That's right. That's right. Body in motion tends to stay in motion. That's what
All right.
It's a little different between the head of the snake and its tail.
Yeah, after you massacred the orcs, you
Oopsie.
walk in.
It's not like Kugath wasn't doing a whole lot of it himself, considering what we found outside his inn. Alright, so
You walk into the
Is this the
center
guy?
swell and
Yes.
Take a seat. What is everybody's passive insight?
Passive insight?
I just a moment.
How do you measure that?
10 plus insight.
Oh, 16.
15.
17.
I believe it's more than that.
Absolutely. It should be.
Yeah, yours should be
The highest. Yeah. But yours is like 11.
20.
So everyone but Stefan
Yeah, 20.
would notice that Kara, the woman here, it seems to be purposefully not looking at you guys. Like, whenever her face is towards you guys, her eyes are closed. But, yeah, you go in and you sit down.
I'll
So-
be coming in a little bit later. Because they went in before me.
Yeah.
Like it was before.
Well, I was helping townsfolk.
Yeah.
Well, it started doing that healing rain.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Yes.
And what do I owe you all for helping us?
Well, we've actually come here looking for aid. There's a cabal that we're looking to take down. Of Time Lords who threaten existence.
We need to help clean up your mess that you left behind. I'm not going to be subtle about this. I know people are going to orgasm over you.
I'm retired from the whole Time Lords and things of that nature.
Cool. Until you finish what you started, probably need to rectify, because your friend Borkesh that you subbed your little tongue into is still around. I'm not going to be subtle about this. I'm not really too happy about the situation. Look, I know
What do you
you're...
mean he's still around? I see his corpse.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, his corpse is pretty lively. Apparently, whatever that sword is you stuck in him, that his spirit could hang around. And he's gathering Fogelmon's pieces to become the new time god. And fix everything that happened. Look, I'm I know you're a hero and all that, but this is something really important. If we don't stop him, all of this is probably going to be gone. And he's really close. We've lost friends. And also, there's a guy called Heimdall that was part of the group. He's trying to assassinate us.
Like he has done to most of the adventuring party with whom you have been in association.
So you all come in, help my town, thank you for that, but you start spouting off names of dead people, thinking that they're alive? I don't...
And I believe it is not thinking, it is
No.
knowing. Is
Definitely
that correct?
knowing. I have the imprints of
Isn't
the
there
fist
now
from his
two-
comrades.
Well, that may be true, but you bore witness, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you saw the castle?
And technically, you
Sometime.
saw him too when you looked at the shrine orb. And he said hi to you.
Oh, yes. That's correct. It took us a minute to realize who this person was, because initially I had no idea until my friend here had said that it was indeed the person who had been stabbed through the central mass of his body and supposedly left dead, is being either held in some kind of stasis or rejuvenated through some aspect of pandemonium magic, chaotic magic, some type. It has much to do with these Verdant people and acquiring them, as they are an aspect of Vogelmann left upon the world. And if you gather all the pieces together, you have a god in your hands. And that is what your friend, not friend, but enemy, I would say, is apparently doing to resuscitate himself and bring his blight back to the world.
Well, I'm sorry to come in here and try
So
to
it seems.
spout these things, but the simple fact is I got the full history drilled into my head by your friend. I know what most of you all look like and everything you suffered. But the simple fact is, we really need help. And if you need, if one of you here can even read my mind, go for it. I'll deactivate my mind shielding because I didn't really want your friend to drill any more into it. And show you everything that you need to.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
If anything, I'll give him a description of the person, the sword, the entire layout.
I don't see the issue here. There's no way it's even physically possible to get all of the eyes left from Vogelmann, so that's not even an issue.
And
For two, I'm retired, so I cannot help you. I'm not a fighter anymore.
there is a job that you committed to but didn't finish properly, sir.
It was finished.
No, it really wasn't. I mean, that's why he's out there gathering the pieces to fix everything. Everything you have here will be gone, according to him, if we don't stop him. Look,
There's
I
no
don't-
need to stop him. He can't get all the pieces, so, no issue.
I want to insight that. Does he know more than what he's saying? Than what he's telling? Because there's something about the way he's phrasing that is
Most
really...
assuredly, he knows more than he's.
Well, yes, but from my perspective, he's saying
okay.
it's impossible for this guy to be alive.
Okay, hang on. You do all your insights. I have something I have to send to you, just real quick in relation. And then I'm turning towards the woman who won't look at us.
Insight check, correct. That's going to be a round roll of 20 unnatural.
He's believing what he's saying.
Alright, why do you believe he can't get all the pieces?
Well, 3 of them I destroyed myself.
Well, what if he can get
Well-
most of them?
Well, considering that you also believe you destroyed Borkash and he's still sitting there in a chair with a sword poking on him gathering everything, there's also that problem.
Could he use a different source of power to supplement what he may be missing?
Or can he gain enough power over time to go into an area where they're still existing?
He was never that powerful in his time magics. Whatever he called it. Chrono something?
Chronomancy.
Yeah, that's right.
But again, if your friend is amplifying it somehow, or sorry, the person you cut ties with is found a way to amplify it. Someone mastering of time magic who could actually increase it.
Time magic isn't even a thing. Like, he tried to invent it.
Okay. He's literally held up in a pocket dimension with his entire castle and his buddies. I've had friends that were killed who he's resummoned and made them into his little thralls.
So he's got a daily plane, so what?
It means it's
Probably a clone anyways.
Please, Doctor, give me an
What's
aneurysm.
this other guy doing during all this?
We know him. We've seen him
Yeah,
before.
he's just kind of sitting there,
Okay.
like, watching the conversation.
So, we're not necessarily asking you to come join us in the fray. We're just looking.
I am!
And then you guys hear, as Sirius, you watch the raven just fall off your head. And it kind of curls up.
You okay?
About time.
I think your pet's dead.
It's Heimdall's pet, according to it.
Check the backpack.
That's his property.
He's dead. He doesn't need it. There might be something important in
Is he
there.
dried up? Is he...
Can I do a medicine check?
Looks like its eye sockets are almost like sunken in. But if you want to, you can do medicine check.
My.
15.
Definitely some kind of necrotic magic's hit it.
Necrotic magic. It.
I would share this with them.
Perhaps I will take it outside and investigate.
I feel like I'm a Monty Python sketch.
Don't know what that means.
Here.
Thank
You want... If you want to check the backpack for anything else, you guys
I'll
can.
help Morgan.
Yeah, it's
You're far better at negotiation than I.
not well. Apparently, it seems. All right.
But just consider
But I
this
need
gentleman and his life
They might be
experience.
walking up as they're coming out with the bird.
What happened?
Denial seems to be the.
It seems to have died.
Maybe.
I killed it myself.
What looks like almost horribly, I would say. They're having a conversation inside. I will see to this.
Okay.
That was Heimdall's bird who he sent to at first let us know he was on his way and has been watching us, which I figured.
Taking notes about us to give to Heimdall so he can learn more about us and
And no matter what we were going to do, it was going to follow us. Yeah, probably if you killed it, it was going to just spawn again. It's probably the familiar things you have around here. No matter what, it was just going to keep watching us. And realize I had nothing to really hide. Not like we had a 16 platinum apiece to pay up.
And who are you people anyways? Are you the new...
Stefanico and Company.
At
At your service.
I don't have a
The name's Zeltron
This is
Black.
Look over there.
My name is Serious Risk Taker.
Is that
I'm
Pokemon?
I'm a human from a different world altogether. My people know nothing of magic, know nothing of spirits or gods or anything. We don't have that kind of thing. We went off to the stars to try to find more people. I came across one of your species. Well, me and my people came across one of your species known as mind flayers. They attacked us and we crashed
Took a
here.
deep dive into.
And I've been trying to travel to find the rest of my people and try to figure out how to get back home. As of right now, I've come across both a person who wants to become a time god and rewrite history so he can save all of your friends, and I've got my own people who want to join with the Mind Flayer, make a new super collective. I'm still trying to deal with that. But first off, before we worry about the collective, I want to make sure this time even stays existing and save all the people on this world and every other world, apparently. If this you can actually do what he's saying.
Himself some redwood on the half.
Yeah, mainly just trying to survive on your damn planet.
I don't think I've heard of you.
Not many people have, sadly.
Not in Tyrrell Hole, a fellow follower of Tritherian. You're a champion.
I'm not anymore.
Well, you're still highly regarded in your adventures, and
That's the past.
how are we else to judge someone?
By who they are.
And what we've done, wouldn't you say?
For what we're going to do.
Anyhow. Like I said, I can't help you.
Alright. Can you at least offer us some advice for both Heimdall and potentially the situation with Orcash?
We're also looking for Lightbringer.
Yeah. That's
That's his name, right?
well, technically he's with the God of Torture right now. We gotta figure that one out.
I have heard about rumors of where he might be, but it's not like you could get there. You could kill a few orcs, but you'd have to get through a whole army of them.
He's in that area to the north, I'm assuming.
That's what I've heard. He gets paraded around up there.
Like a trophy. Oh. Well. Should we make sure Morgan doesn't hear this so he doesn't get a massive hard on charging in there?
I mean,
I would not with that bird.
Oh, don't worry, it'll get back to you somehow.
I would want to know if Kugath was missing, so I think...
Yeah, looks like we're going to be fighting an orc army.
I'll let him know.
Do it subtly.
You're young and you don't understand, but I don't think you would fare well up there.
Trust me, can't fare any worse than what we're about to deal with. Literally, I gotta worry about beings that suck your brains out, controlling my people who have the power to easily ice this planet if they want to.
I walk out. Morgan, I have something to let you know.
Alright,
So Morgan.
so your little tongue weapon that you shoved into Orcash to finish him off.
I know numerous things
It's a
about
great
Lightbringer.
Yeah, I saw it
It's
was
rumors that
very
he's
far
the
sticking
orcs
out of him.
up north,
Um,
and he's usually paraded around as a trophy.
If
Orcs.
it is not his physical
Yes.
body alive, then it's something spiritual blood that's still stuck there.
Do you know
And
something that
that's
we
why
don't?
how he's able to merge this stuff with him. He's got followers.
Dawnbringer.
He
not
firmly
Lightbringer.
believes this.
Dawnbringer.
I apologize.
And
Um,
if he, on the chance that he is about to do something horrible, is there anything you can offer us in advice or tools or anything to stop him? Or at least permanently put him down and get rid of, just separate the
That
global
goes
entities
contrary
from him so
to
he
what
doesn't
I
see
know.
what he's trying.
What do you know?
Anything.
And not to guilt you, but we have come along. It's been a perilous journey.
Yeah, probably there's most of the planet.
Yeah.
You can make a persuasion check with advantage. Or you will roll.
Just one of us with advantage, or
Either one with advantage or you can both roll.
what's your persuasion? Is this okay to ask?
Yes.
It's like plus 12
Plus 12.
because of that little bonus I got from back in the day with the tarot cards.
That's right. That's right. So you have higher persuasion than I do,
Well, my base is only plus 2 though,
but you get plus 12 to it, right?
because I'm trained in it. Plus I get the extra bonus, so it's either plus 10 or it's either plus 10 or plus 12.
Okay, mine's plus 9. So
Mine's blue.
Both 10 and 12 are more than 9.
Yes, that's what we sure about.
Yes, I understand that, but I don't want to actually have to do what I'm
one
saying.
plus 2 plus 2.
Oh, I see.
So,
1, 2.
I would suggest you get advantage.
all right. Yeah, it's gonna be around 26. Or sorry, 24. Sorry.
can possibly give you my old weapon if you give me a promise. If you go marching into these orcs, that you won't kill my daughter.
Why is your daughter with them?
She's very
Rebellious.
misguided right now.
Okay, is she the leader?
No.
I hear a butt here. I'm waiting for the butt.
But the leader is her husband.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Maybe we could stealth it and just sneak in and grab Lightbringer and just get out.
I'm not there. Don't look at me.
Well, we're talking about unfortunately all of us have to make this walk.
Dawnbringer, I missed.
I
apologize.
When I walk in and
was,
hear all this,
No, you
Can
don't.
I retcon that?
Hmm?
Can I retcon the Lightbringer? Okay.
Yeah, I apologize. I messed that up.
Alright.
just like, go
What
back
about
in.
Heimdall? Is there anything you can tell us about?
Well, he's dead, but
I would assume that means he's probably a Yes, there was rumors that he went up to fight against a lich.
well, let's attack his village.
Seems to be a lot of liches attacking villages in your world.
Still, the lich is still out there. But
So he's
I'm
some
going
kind of
to
undead
incinerate
thing at
the
this
bird.
point. He is still around.
I'm just gonna incinerate
I doubt he would
Should
keep
we check the backpack
him
first?
alive.
it if you want. Otherwise, I'm just
Or
gonna incinerate.
undead. Whatever you call him.
Can we show him the letter real quick
I'll-
about the Heimdall letter?
I'll do
Yeah.
that. If
I'll show him the Heimdall letter, see if he recognizes anything, symbols or
Just
anything
to
like
see.
that.
So,
Is this some poser then, you think?
maybe somebody using his name. I don't.
Oh, like a pseudonym?
Great. So you're basically done with this. You're not going to assist the humans. There's a chance of the
I'm
world
not a
coming.
fighter anymore. I wouldn't be of help.
I have a bard that throws fireballs and crap like it sings and holds people. Surely, even a bard could be useful on an adventure. Especially one that's apparently.
I'm a bard by trade.
We will take all the help we can get. We are desperate need aid.
He's not going to help, and we can't bring him unwillingly. It's not going to work.
I don't have the connection anymore to my past abilities.
Now, looking at it now.
I would like to interrupt. I apologize.
Mhm.
Come brushing.
No, not like that. Not like that.
Where is he?
We're standing outside for all of this, and I would like to actually be inside for some of this. So I want to see if we can take care of some crow business here real quick and come back in. That's what I'm interrupting for. I apologize. Okay. The crow is dead by necromantic effects. Shucks. Okay, you want the backpack. Will the backpack disconnect from the bird?
Yeah, you just take it off.
I incinerate the bird.
You incinerate it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll take a minute to use mold earth to take what's left of incineration and fold it under the ground.
Salt it too while you're at it.
I might. And then, yeah, you've got the bag. The bird is no more.
Sully, it's back on your head now.
The bird will be no more again if it does show up.
I'm expecting that's happening in the next couple minutes.
Okay. That does fly contrary to many things that I have been told about the Dawnbringer. That orcs have him and parade him about. That seems odd. Everything that I've done to this point would suggest he's in the agonizing throes of drow in some forsaken city somewhere. Interesting. But let's digress. Don't bring that up. We shall see what is going on. Let's just go back in and continue our conversation, unless you want to peruse that and take another minute. Otherwise, I shall be back inside.
I'll come back in a few moments.
Wonderful, wonderful. So, Zeltron and I will come back in.
Morgan, it's a question. Scrying orb.
Hmm?
Would you allow, if I'm willing to give you this orb of scrying and see if you can find your friend Borkash and see what he looks like, the fact that he still exists, and you can tell us if it's him or not, if you're willing to do it. My friend Morgan has a orb of scrying. You can easily, since you know him so well, should be able to find him, and then you can verify to us.
Really?
Amari has it, but yeah.
And we can pull it.
Okay, I'm just saying, Amari has
Yeah. Okay. Well.
it. Just like that. Just like that.
Here, girl, got a banana. Here, girl.
Nice.
If you can't find him, you just say somebody, not him.
Banana
We'll leave
flavored
you.
rocks.
I will definitely leave you alone. What do you have to lose?
Very well. Hand it over.
Okay. Now something just feels off about this.
Yes, it does.
Okay, and I'm gonna voice this in amongst
Yeah.
characters here for a second. Okay, here is the Bard of Bards, who was the fighter of fighters, who took on this village, got a little bit of help from us, but really didn't need it. Cured the whole damn thing in the works by
Well,
sending
that
down
depends on
some-
how much she's doing.
We don't know. What I am saying is all of these things are happening, and he is radically downplaying everything that he has ever done. to this point.
That's what I'm
I'm having a real issue with that.
so am I. That's why I'm
And
getting.
if we have observed how this woman, for whatever reason, is not looking at us,
Yeah, she's purposely
I
looking
feel as though something is
amiss.
screwed up here.
Yeah, that's why I'm
So-
pressing so hard on this stuff.
So I'm gonna walk in jovially and convivial to the situation and talking with my friend Zeltron here, and use my monocle, which I'm still attuned to look around and see what is or what isn't.
That's the trucing one, correct?
It sees the invisible and ethereal to
It's a
120
true sight,
feet.
right?
Not true sight.
Yeah,
It's
there's
not
but
true
true
sight, no,
sight.
but it is ethereal and invisible.
Give me a perception check.
17.
You don't see anything. Besides what's in front of you.
Now, with my experience with Scrying Orb and him using it, can I tell he's actually doing it, or is he trying to fake
Yeah,
it?
you can kind of see it's activating and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
But who's he trying to focus on? 'Cause it's not-
Borkash.
you can't get to him.
You found him. That's how he
I
talked.
thought I found somebody near him.
No, you wanted, and he looked at you and said hi, basically.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you saw the body, you saw the sword, and then you saw the
That's right,
that
right.
thing
Yeah,
that is him.
that's right. Excuse me. So, go ahead.
I didn't.
Yeah, have a point.
Well, he's finishing the scrying.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, it's gonna take a minute
Oh,
to.
wait.
It's gonna take 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's why I'm
to
looking
attune
around.
and redo this. So we got 10 minutes worth of time. I am okay. What? I go to you.
Does she seem to be pissy at us for coming here like this, or is she just kind of a blank slate?
Give me an insight check.
Is this the man that you have envisioned? From your description to me, I was envisioning someone far more boisterous, full of life, let's say. Someone who has a spirit to them, not of
insight, right?
resignation, but of intimidating
22.
vigor. And this seems odd
She's
to
definitely
me.
got like a little
That would
hint of
be the person
upsetness as you guys are questioning him pretty hard, but she's pretty calm. Not
It
really
just
giving
feels
too much
strange.
off.
and that's why
What
I'm
about the
asking
other
for
guy?
information.
Because he's looking salty right now.
Well,
He's-
maybe his soul
Inside.
is weak from
You
his
can go
adventures,
off the same line,
and
kind of read the room.
he lost his
He's-
friends. He's lost all of these things. He lost his
I have a
connection.
feeling like
and
he's
then
on your guys'
losing
side.
connection to your god would be very demoralizing.
Gotcha.
Like, well, I
Lost
hope you
his
do
connection.
anything, you know,
Mhm.
but
You
at
weren't
the
here
same
for
time,
that.
there's something there
We
that's
don't know.
saying
We're not getting the
I
he's
can
feedback.
not
ask him
going to
when he comes
upset
back.
his what you believe is his father.
Gotcha. There's something
They offered me a
playing in the
weapon of
background
great
here,
power,
so yes.
What?
He offered me a weapon of great power, his old sword. So
As long as we don't kill his daughter,
as long as one kills daughter.
who is the husband of the leader of the Orcs to the north.
Yes.
Yeah, she's yet. I
It's
said
a-
we
It's
And
something.
according to Zeltron, they supposedly parade around the Dawnbringer, who I have much news to the contrary of this.
we need to find out what's going on, then. We need to probably scout out the north.
The woman, Kara, she's gonna speak up. Can I get you any drinks while you wait?
I am good, thank you. I don't really drink alcohol, unfortunately.
I'll take an ale.
But much appreciated for your time. I'm sorry to
What's
come
up,
in
Mike?
like this.
Two?
Do we offend, my dear woman? You don't seem to have the ability to look at us. Is there...
Oh, I'm just trying to avoid any uncomforts.
I would like to insight that.
Yeah.
Because that is really uncomforts in your own place. Wait, whoa. Madam, would that suggest we disturb you? I apologize if we do.
No. Of course not. I have a... For adventurers such as yourselves, it may cause a little upsetness if I turn off your magic items.
Like, what do you mean by that?
Isn't there a
You
species?
mean that you have... if you were to open your eyes, our items, our connection, shall we say, to them will evaporate, at least while you look.
Temporarily, yeah.
Okay, so I have two insights to make here. One, the discomfort, and two, the anti-magic.
What will
which
that
is
do to
suggested.
you?
So number one is 21.
Oh God.
Yeah, she has this kind of saying she doesn't want to cause any uncomfortableness, if you just
Yeah.
you suddenly lose your attunement.
Okay, so
Well, for certain people, it's a little bit more of a death sentence.
Never how to kill me.
that's a very fair point.
Yeah.
Technically,
Wait, what would kill you?
artifacts
Because if he
such as that
this is run out
are
of
not
scarf,
affected in that same
he
way.
dies.
Okay, but
that's
still.
a
Is my
scarf.
ring an
That does
artifact?
not
You
come
lose
off.
the abilities, but not the attunement.
Okay.
What about my ring?
You just lose the abilities. So. that's
I
all.
hope you lose the ring.
Madam, that is a rather
Too bad I ain't losing.
potent effect
It's
that you
useful for
have.
me, okay? I
Yeah.
survived. I
How?
barely survived. But I lasted longer with that fight.
Aren't there species on your world that can do that?
You what?
I'm not ogling her, but at this point, I look her kind of up and down. She looked, yeah, I know, totally. And she can see that without
might be.
eyes. Wow.
I mean, I might be, but yeah.
Through a mask.
Her stature itself, I forgot to mention, she's just shorter than a human, but she's built like a half. Like in terms of like her length of her limbs and stuff.
It's like shorter limbs and
Gnomes aren't that big.
gnomes are
She's-
tiny creatures.
About 5 foot tall. Compared to Kugas, like 9.
Okay, so she has a different aspect, though she looks human. Okay, my final point in regards to this one, is there anything to,
You guys might have had
how do
cast a
you,
spell enlarge or reduce. Her tiny body could have handled that.
how do you get past the illusion of disguise? In that, like, okay, if he's got a hat of disguise on and changes his appearance into something else, we know it's still him.
Yeah.
Even though he's going to look like it.
You
Now,
could-
if we come up
should
to
be
him
true sight.
and like grab him by, well, but I don't
Yeah.
have that ability. What
Yeah.
I'm saying is, though, I come up and put my hand on his shoulder, and will it, in essence, like pass through that veil
It
to an
depends on
extent?
the type of spell that's been cast.
Okay.
But on most cases, if you intently look at someone looking for an illusion,
That's exactly what
you
I
can-
am doing.
You can roll an investigation check to
Wait.
determine whether it's magic or not.
He mentioned having a dream with him and a beholder. The beholder was with him in the bar. I remember that. She's the beholder. I bet you. Because I remember him talking about very vividly about his dream.
I'm trying to see through the veil, and I understand what you're saying.
You can make an investigation check.
Well, that's not bad. If only I could add something. 14.
You don't
Seems just fine.
recording for something.
Okay, all right. All right, I'll stop rolling my eyes over that one.
We got the whole time.
Okay, and then who is this other person?
You weren't here with us when this happened. This is the guy who was with us when we went up to the mountain to kill the rock. He's related to Kugath.
Oh, related.
Yes.
Son, cousin,
I think
nephew?
son, was it?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't ask his last name, so we didn't even find out.
Oh.
But he tunes, begins casting scrying, which takes another 10 minutes.
Okay. Is there anything inside this place that talks to the exploits of this man who's legendary and
Well,
renowned?
besides the statue
You've
outside.
been in
Yeah,
here.
no, I know, okay.
You would have seen a rather nice looking greatsword hanging over the fireplace. Kind of on a mantle. But that's about it.
While he's scrying, is it
Is it the same as the one in the chest of Orkesh?
Mhm.
would it be the same as one of my dreams?
Then what the hell is in Borkesh? If he
So
killed
that's
him.
Freedom's tongue,
the Freedom's Tongue thing.
which is an artifact from my god. It's a bastard sword.
Which about the only one of us who actually
Yeah.
seen it is me and technically you through
This
the
sword
scrying
in
world.
here looks more like a great sword.
So two-handed.
Because you saw him in the chair with the thing in it, but I've seen it directly.
Yeah.
Well, so we're the only ones who can even verify it's there.
Nobody's talking anything
I,
else.
Yeah,
I come back
we're
to
good.
you. That is not the sword that he buried in Borkesh.
Mm-mm. That's the sword I saw in my dreams. Remember?
Ah.
Then
Would that cause a lack of connection to have left that item where it is?
would I know that, or
Give me a history or a religion check.
oof? It's not great. It's a 10.
We don't want chatbots in our thing, guys.
You're what?
So I keep trying to get an offers for chatbots to increase our traffic, but that's kind of illegal in most places.
But you're pretty sure that would not cause that issue. The only way to really do what he's saying would be if you completely break your oath or you completely renounce your faith. Would be the only two ways
That
to lose all of your paladin abilities.
okay.
So he had to either do something extreme, or he just had to renounce it.
But I mean, Tritherium, he's like super chaotic good, dude. Like, laws have like no bound to him. So like,
You might want to start thinking of real hard what kind of things might break it.
Well, see, that's what I'm after.
you'd have to
Yes.
hurt an innocent person, or back to. Well, and I let him know this. Like, so he would either have to have broken his oath, or he would have had to have just given it up. Is the only two ways that you can.
I mean,
Lose
the
their
one
connection.
thing, if he was like a vengeance paladin like you are, for instance, your tenets, like,
Attacking the greater evil. And
right, fighting greater evil, whatever, and
protecting
no
the
no
weak.
mercy for evil people either.
Mhm.
Is that what he is, the kind of paladin he is?
What-
See.
Would I know that?
Give me another religion check.
Yeah, 'cause we
Or
don't
history, your choice.
we have to know what type of paladin.
I will
he
take
is.
religion. 17.
You're pretty sure the stories tell of him being a oath of devotion paladin.
So your standard ocean. Yeah. It's like the ones that heal and it's like your like standard paladin.
Interesting. Say there's something broke, possibly. Something was let go, possibly.
Would
It could be a haunting thing.
Or he may have not shown mercy to something. So the difference between me and him, I don't have to show mercy to my enemies. He does.
Which is definitely a conflict of what he just did, what he did to Morkesh.
Especially if he was pleading for his life.
Oh, not only that, he was his old friend, Comrade.
But
Wait,
finish
Heimdall or Borkesh?
Morkesh.
I could not find it.
Do I believe that? Let me inside check that.
When he says that, I look at the woman.
29.
Seems like it's telling the truth.
Were you blocked or just couldn't detect him?
Could not find him.
I can't take the risk last time he...
Well, that is what happens when someone searches for you, is it not?
If he learned his lesson after you,
Maybe.
thank you. I appreciate all your help and tolerance of us. I'm going to...
Oh, yeah,
I'm going to excuse myself until I do not disturb you anymore. Thank you for everything, sir. Really sorry to disturb you. I'm going to kind of stand up and make my way out. Walk outside.
You spoke of a weapon earlier.
I'll stand up and walk over towards the fireplace and pick it up. Looking you up and down.
All right, I'm gonna ask you something while this is happening. This picture kind of looks like a relatively younger-ish orc person standing in front of me. If his adventures are legend in this time frame in which they took place or whatever else, he would be old. Is he old?
I've looked at him for a while, so he's not necessarily old. He looks to be in good shape. He does have like a little bit of crow's feet and stuff, but overall, maybe he looks to be in his 40s, 50s range. For how long it's been, it definitely would be he'd be dead by now.
He must be very articulate.
Particularly for an orc.
Yeah. Or some of them would be like 50, 60 most of the time.
It's like half the age of a human.
Well, depending on in this world, it's humans.
That's true.
Yeah, this. Okay. So, the light of Tritherion does not shine with you anymore. I am sorry if it was broken through act of your own, or if someone more hideous had done something to take that from you. I beside myself with...
He simply demanded too much of me, which I'm sure he'll do the same to you eventually, as he hands you the blade.
I take it.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Hopefully we won't need it.
Is there any change in aspect when he hands this over? Or when he's saying these words? This just seems like it's all happening. Everything it's like I'm telling him. Everything that has led to this point is the person that we're coming to see is this boisterous, loud, just awesome person with all of these exploits and you name it to talk to us all about, and it isn't.
Well, like I said,
Heroes.
Yes,
Well,
I don't meet
yeah,
your heroes.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I'm not worried about meeting my
I
heroes.
get
I'm looking
that.
for a guy who's supposed to be a good, noble person, supposed to take
why I'm
responsibility for
trying to
something screwed out.
because he's like a champion to me. I really don't want to know.
Okay, I take your meaning in that regard.
But I mean, your character would probably, as a cleric devoted to Lathander, you probably really.
I understand devotion.
Mm-hmm.
I understand breaking devotion.
Yeah.
All right. Pardon my prying. I am a man of devotion as well. And though my spirit has not yet been broken, it has been tested numerous times. Thankfully, so far, it has not fallen. Sorry to hear that yours has had a demand behind it. But I would love to hear of your past exploits. I am in your place, of course, but I would love to have time and take some of the time that we have available to learn about your life before us finding you in this situation. Would you be willing to regale us with some of your exploits?
And hearing stories from a hero would mean a great deal to me as well.
It'd be greatly uplifting to know that heroes of old and the heroes of new can continue on adventures and can pass along the things that they have done and exploits that they have seen and places that they have been, and honor those who came before, of course. And we have stories to tell as well that could fill the night with a
Watch
good
as
amount
you
of
kinda
talk and
grab some parchment and an ink pen. And, perhaps some other time, but from what I've learned, there are no true heroes. And I have an insurance claim to file.
I peered back in and just gave a what the hell look.
Oopsie.
I have raid insurance on the town.
It's like
Your premiums are about to go up.
I don't know. I mean, we're getting more damage than
and who's your lawyer? Oh, Borkish, Borkish, and Borkish.
I don't know about we.
Well, yeah. I don't have to. I didn't get you have to go. You guys could kill everything before we're done.
well, I go to the sun. You are a strapping young fellow. I take it you are the son of Kugath. And have you shared in the exploits of your father and battles and journeys and things like this in the past? Has he regaled you with stories? Have you want to make your own?
Long ago, he spoke of some of his tales, but I've made my own path.
I'm glad. I understand that you went on an adventure with some of my comrades here. Is that correct? With a rock of some type?
Mercenary work, sure.
Well, all the same. How old are you?
27?
Right. And that is your mother over there.
Oh, no.
Oh? Oh. All right.
My mother is no longer with us.
You mean that she has left the material plane, as it were?
She's dead.
My condolences to you, my good man.
At least she's dead to me. She went off with a. She got with a dwarf. Big drunkard.
This goblin.
Have had a robot arm.
So this is your stepmother then?
Sure. You want to say that?
Oh. I mean, no offense. Right. So your sister, I understand, has fallen prey to some other person's mischievous words and taken her north into this orc camp, as it were. Was she rebelsome in some way? Or?
Well, she's never been what normal people would call good.
Ah,
But, no, the orcs used to be... They used to keep to themselves until recently. They started worshipping some fire god.
This isn't the first time we've run into orcs worshipping some strange deity.
In most cases, they're more vulnerable to persuasions.
Do you remember? I don't know. You weren't. Yes, actually, Morgan was part of this. I'll have to ask Morgan if you tell me that, I might ask Morgan a question about that because we have a person we came across a long time ago who had a weird dagger and a Haragon.
That was Meyer.
Oh
No, that was Morgan. Yeah, that's right. This was my first thing.
Yeah, it was one of
That's
your
right.
first
I was
things.
part of the.
We had that
they were
weird.
trying to resolve
was
the.
it Dragonborn who had a dagger? Was some kind of fire beam in it?
Yeah, it had fire being
Yeah,
until the thing exploded. And,
Well, until the Haragon exploded.
until the Haragon exploded. That's right.
A different
Yeah.
area.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was couldn't let go of certain things, and yeah,
It
it
was a
consumed him.
curse thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's like.
We tried to save him. We didn't do a very good job of it.
What do you do? So, it seems to me as though what we imagined in coming here was seeing someone a little bit more full of life, as it were. That seems to be the stories like that surrounding most of our knowledge and the like to come here and see that it's just life.
And this meeting has been a great amount of disillusionment. Is it the right word?
I believe that's a good choice.
Well, he's changed a lot in the last 20 years.
20. So he was a little bit more vibrant.
Sure. He still hasn't. He gave up being a paladin a long time ago.
I see.
Gave up or gave up on him?
I don't know all the details though. He never talks about his feelings.
He's one of
What,
those dads.
What?
He's one of those days.
Just drinks and plays
No.
guitar.
Now, Kugath here adventured with people.
Sits in
the
his garage
heart of
all
the
day.
people.
Drinks Pabst Blue Ribbon and
Did they
just
ever visit? Did they ever?
Smoke cigarettes.
Marlboro Reds.
Yes. Did the
No,
old
can't.
war veterans ever get together and reminisce about the stories of old?
Ashtray behind him about this tall.
So we're creating a
Creed playing.
he's just blasting photographs.
I can't say they have. I mean, people have come by that knew him from the past, but none of the old guardians of the realm.
I'm gonna insight check that.
I think that's appropriate. As a matter of fact, when he mentions Guardians of the Realm, the person I'd love to know who has anything to say about this is in filing insurance forms. And I want to look over at that guy.
16.
Like if he goes,
16.
oh, hey, much better. What was that? What is this inside investigation?
Insight.
Oh, 29.
Nice.
Based off yours, seems like he's telling the truth, but yeah.
Something's
Maybe
off.
people related to them or something of that nature have came by, but you definitely see him to push down harder.
I forgot to
Guardian
ask.
of the Realm.
I forgot to ask if the one chick was looking at the bird when he went.
Yeah, maybe.
But I didn't realize what she was until.
Well, it's very possible. Okay, so then when he says Guardian of the Realm, and I, kind of side-eye back at Kugath and see this, then my next thing is to observe what isn't Kugath about this place, let's say. Who were his compatriots? We knew several of them.
Yeah.
Heimdall
Borges was one of them. He
was one of them.
He was one of the. He was the bard of the team at the time.
There's
Okay.
Borkash.
2 Borkeshes technically.
Yeah.
There was Cromwell and his sister, who died during the fight with Voldemort.
Yes, one of the few people I remember that I was probably the brain I saw of like 3 people that died during. Yes, but they're not around anymore. Now, did I see them? Or
Well,
did I do them?
we haven't seen them.
Yeah. Again, based off my memories that he forced onto me, do I know the names of all the ones, or do I just know what they kind of look like and
We need images.
images? Of course, your Dawnbringer guy, or part of them.
Right.
So one of the Borkeshes, which this guy was one of the ones, the one we're dealing with, who survived.
Okay, so we know Dawnbringer, aspect of Lathander,
Can I remember anything of the details of the other two who passed away?
and
What species or
Kugath, the aspect
That
of
was-
Tritherian.
The three who died was his sister, a woman who looked to be like an heir. What's the word I'm looking for?
Nazi.
Ganassi, thank you. An heir Ganassi. And then another that looked, I'll show you a picture because you didn't really see any kind of race to it or anything. Just that.
Orko.
Yeah.
Or Black
the,
Mage.
The Black Mage.
Evil
Yeah.
Well, it looks like those little things from Spyro.
The Black Mage. Final
You're
Fantasy.
talking about those
Black
egg
Mage.
thieves?
Huh?
It's like those egg thieves from Spyro.
Yeah.
And I'm popping up some old neurons there from the 90s.
Love Spyro.
Yeah, so good, dude.
But from what you guys have looked up about the heroes and stuff, Kugath and there's one. I think you researched it. There's one named Salvatore. That is the two that are still accounted for being alive. Nobody knew about Dawnbringer or anything.
Okay, so I'm going to put the list together down right now. The people who were with Kugath, Dawnbringer, Kugath, Sister Borkesh, whoever this is,
Yeah.
some Ganassi, Salvatore, and this and the Dark Mage. I'll just call him the Dark Mage.
Then Heimdall and Borkesh.
Heimdall and
There's total 8
Borkesh
of them.
and Borkesh.
Yes, Borkesh was one of the heroes.
Okay, all right. So let's roll this all up into the party here. The Dark Mage.
Technically, that's a druid.
It's a druid. Druid.
Just so you're.
That's fine. Thank you. Sorry, Borkesh himself. Borkesh Heimdall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7. You said there were 8.
And Kugath.
I got Kugath.
Salvatore.
What am I missing then?
Salvatore.
Salvatore.
Salvador.
And what is Salvatore?
Could I even figure that out from what I saw?
No, I'm just. If you recall, I'm just writing it down. That's all. I'm not asking
You
you.
might be able to infer something about it. I guess I'll upload pictures so you would have saw it.
Sugandis.
Necromancer or a warlock?
Oof. That's the Salvatore. Holy
But
shit.
your research would have, I'm sure you probably don't remember, but it was him and Borkesh that gave Dawnbringer over to Dagon.
Yes.
You came over to who?
That's why someone betrayed.
Dagon.
Who's Dagon?
Huh?
The Lovatar guy.
The Lovatar.
Oh,
guy,
yeah.
So Salvatore and Borkesh gave over. That's right. Okay. So let me re-notate a couple of things here, so we're all on board with the whole party.
Who has Mars mirror?
I'm holding on to it for right now.
Can I see it?
I'm outside, so.
I go outside if I'm serious. Can I see Mars mirror real quick?
What are you trying to shove back in the monkey?
Skynor!
I need the monkey real quick. I need the monkey.
Take her.
Okay, where is that skull?
Yeah, the skull. I really thought she bought 2 of those things. I still am.
She
mad
has
about
one,
that.
but
I would like to ask.
We can get off. We can get off on Mario.
I want that
show
goddamn
him
skull.
Maple's orb.
Oh, we have that skull.
Good.
I'm getting it out.
You just pull it up and
Mhm. Have you seen any other things like these? We're looking for. We're trying to save a friend of mine.
I mean, I've seen things similar, sure.
Okay. Do you know?
I imagine it's part of Fogelmon.
Yes.
We should destroy it.
My friend is trapped inside it.
You're talking to Kugath right now?
So that's why Michael's special.
He was a natural man.
Well, he was one of the eyeballs, I bet. Which means there's certain how many more out there that are natural.
I'm afraid I can't really help you.
According to him, there are three of those are destroyed.
I've seen maybe one or two others of that make, but I ended up destroying them myself. That was years and years ago.
It's unfortunate, but I appreciate your help. Like I said,
We're a bigger target than we thought. I think we realized.
Well, we've always been for some time.
Yeah, but he's insinuating is right. What we have is one of the eyeballs.
Mm-hmm. Why destroy it?
Well, he said he destroyed three of the eyeballs.
Yeah, why should I
so-
destroy it? I guess I didn't ask that question.
Well, it's an unholy artifact, if you want to call it that.
I will consider.
Wait. Why? Okay. I'm at the table with the kid. At the table with the kid.
Do I eventually get
Oh, I'm
the
sure you
skull?
hear the conversation.
The crystal skull?
I have a
that
problem
we-
with the unholy
Yeah,
aspect of it. That would be an assumption, I would think.
Yeah.
As opposed to, no, I just told you this is an embodiment of my friend.
There you go.
There's nothing unholy about that.
Hmm.
What happened to
I walk
them
back in.
may not have been what they
You want
had
some
wanted.
head? You don't just ass.
But what it was.
Grab by the you.
From Harari.
I grabbed him by the arm. You dirty.
Seems strange. Something
There's something very off about all of this, and Ethan's enjoying every minute of it. I'm assuming.
So who should we learn more about?
You have the skull.
Yes, I do.
It's the crystal skull.
Yes. Hi, baby.
It's Fiona.
It's the worst Indiana Jones movie in his hand.
No, you haven't seen the most recent one or two, apparently. The newest one is really bad.
I thought it was better than Crystal Skull.
I thought it was better than the Crystal Skull.
Ah.
I
They
like some of the adventure aspect of the Crystal Skull, but I found it to just be too much. It was just like, oh, no.
Well, you did have Shia LaBeouf. That did ruin a lot of it.
Yeah, Shia LaDouche.
At least he died in the second one, in the next one.
Oh, well, maybe I do need
How
that.
come they just keep recreating movies? Because they can't write anything original.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Now, look, I'm not opposed to adventure movies that have similar characters and stuff like that. I'm not. Yes, Shia LaDouche. No,
Yeah.
no thanks.
This one's Shia LaBeouf. This
Huh?
is the musical.
Besides-
about him.
I'm glad.
Besides, he's a dude. Besides, he's a
Okay,
douche who-
okay. So,
And a bad actor.
so I'm talking to the son. So none of these people, these adventurers from days old have come by for time, or has Kugath ever adventured out or saw any of them to talk of exploits of the past or how the world is faring in some way? I mean, they were the people, as you put it, they were the guardians of the realm. I would think that would, to an extent, yeah. Hear pencils breaking in the background. Yep. As guardians of the realm, do you just relinquish that title, or does it stay with you until there are new guardians of the realm, either due to age or just setting the title aside?
They disbanded a while ago.
Of course, I can understand to an extent. There
Every
must have been
person-
some rupture within the group, as it were.
Most of them died.
Well,
There's that.
that to an extent remains to be seen. And there's some of the reasons why we're here, because Borkesh himself has, my dear friend, managed to keep himself in some form of stasis this entire time. Even though he has received a wound most mortal, delivered, near as I can tell, by Kugath himself. And I will turn and look in his direction. Okay, now the desk breaks.
Another.
Thank you, that was excellent. One DM point for you. But there was much to be said for those adventuring times, times of high adventure, as it were, setting the world on a path towards at least some goodness over bad, or the want to do it. But it did extract a toll upon this party. Apparently it must have practically tore itself apart, here as I can figure in its final days. But yet there were some who stayed, who were true to the guardian of the realm. I
The
turn
floor
my chair
starts
around at this
crackling.
point. The sun's just kind of standing there. And I'm going to get up and I'm going to slowly walk over to Kugath at his table. Slowly.
You just see the floors cracked all around him.
Walking and talking the whole time. So it comes to me to wonder how a man who has been chosen by his God to be his very aspect would then go on to let
And you say,
another
I'm the
aspect
one
of a
who
different
starts
God
the fights.
be taken away by. I'm not starting a fight
No,
so much
he's not
as
starting
I
a fight,
have
definitely.
started a conversation and I'm continuing the conversation
Sorry if I'd be throwing a
Toward-
fireball at him.
toward the person that this is actually meant for.
Yeah.
The force
The
just cracked
person
all around him.
who, fine, the person who was this guardian of the realm, who saw his party torn asunder, who witnessed firsthand what had happened. That time has shown at least a little bit of a wrinkle around one's eye, but who has still got vigor in his veins and would just pass upon the torch. to
So
another-
much vigor! Coins!
Just pass the torch to another with much to do. No, with little to do. My dear Kugath, it comes to me that if you're going to pass the mantle to someone else, that there should be at least some explanation behind what happened to your party. The guardians of the realm, some of which it seems fell, some of which it seems were given, some of which it seems died.
And some of
Some
which
of
is
which
he
at your
turned.
And now we come to you bearing the most awful news that some of those people are still here, who you yourself have slain, and are just handing on the baton to someone else. I implore you to help us with this mystery by giving us more than just a sword. Please give us the story.
Give me a persuasion check.
If I was there listening, I'd reveal
I
it.
clearly hold up the skull. So Morgan, what was this group called again? What's the
worry,
group
what-
called again?
Well, we need to be more specific with that question if we're going to use it only once a day. A 1.
10. It's all I can muster. For all the words that I have, that's all I can muster.
Again, I could help if I was
As
there.
simply
But
as the old saying goes, you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain.
I sit down. Look, Kugath, bard's a bard. We both
suddenly,
know.
everyone gets started thrown out. Well, that didn't go well.
We both know what it's like to share stories and learn them and then share them. It would be
Long
an
enough to become a villain.
Yes, I did hear that part. I heard that part
I'm
well.
just petting the cat. so-
Yes, you are. See what you did to Mr. Bigglesworth?
It would be a great honor.
There's suddenly a
To
button.
hear your
He flipped a
story.
little switch on the
From
table.
what I
There's a
know,
button,
one of the
array of
greatest
buttons.
bards out there.
I see. I got you to walk over
You're
to my
saying
desk.
he's one of the greatest ones?
From what I know, from what I've heard from everybody.
Give me a deception check.
How?
I'm not trying to decept him at all.
You haven't heard anything about him being a great bard.
Here, deceive.
Yeah.
Deceive.
23.
Now you can ask roll a perception check.
When you're done, I have to back up just a tiny bit to when you started in with your conversation, because after he said that, I want to turn and look at the sun and see what the sun's reaction is to hearing that.
Give me an insight check.
The dice giveth and they taketh away. That was a one. That was a one.
Bard, but the stories, they don't fit into song well.
There's a lot of screaming and more screaming.
I've written many songs. No matter what story they're about, they still make great songs.
I get out and talk.
Oh, God!
Killing my friend.
And you hear boop 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 as I kind of do a mic check on the talk box to you. I excuse myself to the privy.
Bathroom's over there.
All right, thank you. I asked Stefanica. Well, first off, I tell you, I would be careful that the maiden who is inside of this building has an effect upon magic items. So she says, I am inclined to. I am inclined to believe her.
The key's on the greatsword.
Is a greatsword two-handed or one-handed?
It's the one. It's the two-handed bathroom key. That's
I
great.
sent you the details on it.
But beyond that, would you do me a favor and
It's too
sit
long to put on the
outside
notepad.
and look for something suspect about this building or this town? It feels as though something is a little off. And I've tried hard to get to the heart of the matter and felt as though a door was closed in my face for doing so, simply because I wish to have more conversation.
That's more.
Maybe that is to be expected, but it feels strange.
It's more.
I'm asking if you would.
I'll be happy to.
May I borrow that peculiar-looking skull of yours that answers the questions?
He yells from the privy.
Yep, I sure do. It'd be remote.
Let me use the skull!
Can we venture over here real quick while we're everyone's wrapping
Should I
up?
try to persuade everybody that I'm going crap?
No! Probably in with you crapping yourself anyways.
I'm old enough. I probably
Nothing
did it when I said, "Hand me that
shit
skull."
after a battle.
There needs to be more fiber in this ale.
Anything else for draw, or that's fun to go look around real quick?
What was that?
Anything else from you, or
I would like to try to persuade him about the story.
What are you gonna say?
Why is it that you refuse to tell us about the tales of your adventure it would greatly assist us in knowing who we're looking for, how to fight your former friends, and
Yeah,
Yes.
that might be.
That is true. It may very well be true. If this Heimdall is who he says he is, that's. We know that this Borkesh is real. Adventure together, part of this magnificent 8. It's
Make a persuasion check.
I have regular or disadvantage.
Just
or-
regular.
Okay. Nice. 27.
If you're hoping to find out weaknesses to some people, I mean,
Heimdall's tone deaf.
yes.
that would be awesome. Don't end far.
All I can tell you really is they don't have many.
And yet the majority of them are
If Borkesh is
dead.
really back, it's going to take another demigod of some god to take him down, I'm sure. He's a force within himself.
So, I know you don't know my story, but I actually have a bloodline from Tritherion. My bloodline comes from the Chosen of this.
You don't mean me, right?
I would hope not.
Well, the jawline.
Yeah.
I've got too many kids as it is. Well, I'm sure that gives you a leg up.
It has. So, you're then saying
Makes it for punching you in the balls.
that we need to find one or become one.
It's up to you.
Well, how does one become a demigod?
Well, usually by performing great deeds, like, defeating the way I did it anyway, it's an ancient red dragon that was terrorizing towns and whatnot for millennia.
Tis a shame that there are not dragons anymore, and the nearest thing that
The
we can
dragon's
think-
actually still alive. I spared him. He's just in prison.
Where?
Up in Drovania somewhere. A big tower. Yeah.
You are a master. You are a master of fuck ups.
It's so cold there, you can't do it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Mark, if he said on an island with a volcano somewhere, you know exactly where that is.
Jonathan!
You don't listen to that poor cat's gonna do anything for her. He's doing really well.
You guys hear something?
Well, I'll say this. You had the aspect of Tritherion, and...
You're in the privy, shut it.
I'm back out. I want that spell.
Did you wash your hands?
No.
Good.
There's
Wash your
no
hands before you
soap.
touch this.
We don't believe in that.
I
Yeah.
have those gloves.
Use the second seashell, okay?
The second.
Push down.
He doesn't know what
He doesn't know what
seashells.
So, the aspect of Tritherion, you.
Not anymore.
Oh, not anymore, of course. Along with the aspect of Lathander, given over by Borkesh and Salvatore to the dark powers of Lovatar. Well, there's half a demigod right there. Half.
So, which part? The human
So
part
this-
or the god part?
Dawnbringer, of whom I have given over myself to the finding of was supposedly with a bunch of orcs up north, including your daughter.
Only your
Supposedly.
rumor.
Right, I have information to the contrary to that he's actually in a different location, far more perilous to get to than just riding on the front of someone's chariot, I suppose. But then we have your Heimdall, who supposedly trained the Baron of the Black Ballad, and it, at this point would be ancient in the extreme for a human being. Of course, you're pretty well preserved, as it were, I guess. Side effect of being an aspect of Tritherian for length of time, I don't know. But the Dawnbringer, how did the Dawnbringer end up in the hands of Dagon? How did that happen?
As far as I know, it was Wolkish's fault.
My good sir, you are being withholding what feels like on practical purpose, that you are purposely being withholding of almost any information whatsoever. And we are here with you to see where, how, what can be done about these dire things which are afoot right now. That you have put down your mantle, fine. But that you experience these things, not so much. We can learn through what you have to offer. But you offer nothing. As though we are to just bumble into this ourselves and hopefully just become a demigod somehow and deal with it. When I tell you we are men, and as men,
Speak for yourself.
men and Herringham,
I'm a half elf.
who are and half elf, sure. And
But I identify.
Humanoid!
I identify as a
Abomination.
bastard.
He gets it!
I simply put it to you, my friend, that we are here in a dire time. And were it the Cougar that
Is that these ones?
we have come to know through story, through other members who have sworn allegiance to Tritherian, that we come to you with this information that a man is trying for power to enslave the world. A man who took from you, from your party, from the people you held dear, who died, supposedly, who is here. We are here to learn from you, not just to seek an item to help, but to seek you and your knowledge, because we have scant little of it. And were it just weaknesses, sure, that is of help, but so is the story. What happened to bring you all together as champions of the realm, and then split that partnership and throw some of these champions to the most despicable of evil? Is that what your God demanded of you, and why you are hesitant? Is that you were part of this and you didn't approve? That something seems to have taken from you enough that you do not wish to impart upon those to right something that needs to be righted again. Through no course of bad fortune other than bad fortune, we are on this course. Please help us. Implore.
Can you persuade each other?
God damn it.
Can you do religion instead?
You guys not very religious anymore.
12. In another 6 months.
The story is simple, really. I mean, we came together to fight Vogelman, afterward, we went our separate ways for the most part. Came together every once in a while to fight some other great enemy of the realm. That's the story.
But Tritherian must have been very important to you at a point.
Sure.
How would you, or why would you give up or lose your status as a demigod when that's one of the most regarded positions in our clan?
There are some things more important than status.
Like family?
I'm Barry Borgesh's child.
And none of you can.
None of you can have it. They're fatherless now.
Let's just say I did what Tritherian wanted, but afterwards I could hardly live with myself, so I gave it all up.
And this was in relation to Vogelmont?
And this was long after that, and after Borkesh.
Do you know what happened to the people that they succumbed to this great evil?
I want you to start something called Facebook.
Succumb to the. What do you mean exactly?
Is you set out to defeat Vogelmont. It seems as though you did. Now he lived on in this aspect regarding these little marbles and so on. He split himself asunder, it seems, or was split asunder, as it seems. Which, by all rights, mean that you and your colleagues got together and did this deed. And then, as you put it, went on to have other adventures and the like, but there was a point at which where you had to bury a sword in what used to be a champion of the realm, Borkish. And he and others similar to him decided to turn their backs on the realm and to try to subjugate it in some way, I have to assume, anyways. So what,
He was doing what he thought would be best for the realm. Tritherian disagreed.
But now they have followers of Bane under their ilk.
Evil used for good uses is still good.
The ends do justify the means.
Many of our party, when we were guardians, were not worshipping the greatest of gods.
so you say you were put together for a
The greater
grander
good.
purpose. Okay, all right, sure. The defeat of Vogelmont was a grander purpose, correct?
Was.
I would like to insight that. 28.
Based off 28, he is telling the truth, but he's also hiding something that he knows about something that had to do with Vogelmon.
He's a love child. Vogelmond's my dad.
He said he didn't love me.
He went out to get cigarettes and everything.
That Vogelmont. Crazy Vogelmont.
I felt he didn't have an excuse.
Yes, Vogelmont was a force of chaotic nature, I believe. So you had to defeat this chaos, as it were. All of the realm was suffering under some threat of this horrible chaos.
You could say that. He was practically warping reality.
For what purpose?
None of us could figure out why.
Yeah, there's a big load of bullshit there. Especially since he's sitting there saying that
For some insight.
he doesn't. He didn't
I
buy
didn't have
me.
to put on my double stained glasses so I can see all this bull crap.
You know, he's slipping on some wading boots.
8.
15.
He himself doesn't know why.
Ah. And yet he doesn't believe that Borkash merged with this thing can do what he said. So.
I have something far worse.
Well, I understand
say
about that.
at this.
Yeah, trust me. I had a lot of things I wanted to say to him too, but
Okay, no, and I don't have a
How
problem.
many fireballs were thrown? I need to put the insurance stuff in.
62 it seems. I'm not sure, but it seems about right.
4 or 5?
I don't know.
How many people were killed in the crossfire?
Looked like all of them.
What's your one?
They got it good.
Okay.
I don't know how fireballs were
You know,
around.
What I find interesting about being a devotee
Did you see
is
anybody
that
throw fireballs around?
sometimes we are given to the idea that we must do something blindly. It is to a certain extent the mission that I am on right now. I'm trying to find out more things about the Dawnbringer and what has brought him to the position or where he is right now, and that I will in some way, shape, or form make it happen to release the Dawnbringer. And that I have done a few things rather blindly. I suspect, my friend, that you, as an aspect of Tritherian, may be put down that mantle because you had looked at it as though you were the patsy, the person who just does the bidding without asking questions. And that perhaps you're haunted by that in some way, because if you didn't know what Vogelmann was doing and yet you and your colleagues got together and turned him into the pieces of Vogelmann that still haunt this world without knowing, I would say that questioning and questioning afterwards and possibly the guilt of it would ride upon someone, and therein could be your cost. I hope that is not the case, but I can see it when one is devoted. I am devoted, sir, but I still wish to ask these questions before blindly going into something, and that is where your help is required.
I simply do not have all of the knowledge you claim I do.
And yet you are withholding. You know of Vogelmann and why you were there and what it was about and this gathering what have you, but you are withholding, my good sir. You are keeping something back. I can only speculate as to why without peering into your brain to figure it out. But I have come here not to make enemy of you, but to make use of your profound life and aspect of it on this world that we are here, and that there is yet peril. And if we do indeed need it, and my God, on the field, then I know of one. And I am in the midst of trying to find him.
Your persuasion check.
Disadvantage. Double disadvantage.
Super awesome disadvantage.
Double secret disadvantage.
At disadvantage, is that what you said?
No.
7. It's just
All I know about the Dawnbringer's disappearance was he and myself were invited to go meet with Salvatore and Borkesh shortly before Borkesh began his attempted ruling over the world. I unfortunately could not go, which probably is what spared me from suffering the same fate.
You too were invited.
I was.
Does the spirit of Kugath roil at the idea that his friend and other aspect of God, so similar in nature, does your blood boil that you were not part of this, that you could not have avenged your friend in some capacity, that you could not have been part of what had happened and maybe changed the course of things beyond that he had now disappeared. And now you must make recompense. But then did you find your friend? Or did 50 years go by? 50 years where your friend lies in the torment of the hands of Lovatar. I go to you and I grab that skull right out of your hand. I have things to do. Good day.
Where's your toilet paper?
I did not wash my hands. I told you.
Meanwhile, Done.
50 years. Sorry. My blood's boiling.
There's
I
definitely
thought you weren't mad.
I became mad.
Yeah, there is a lot
I learned that there is something afoot underneath his story. He's unwilling to give any of it up. And at the end
That's why I
of this,
left.
his friend, who he did not go with, has been abandoned for 50 years.
Like I said, that's why I left. I just nope.
Okay, so I've had my piece to say. Now I have that skull. I need to know how this skull works because I believe it's an investigative tool, and I'm desperate to have this goddamn skull.
Casts the spell legend lore, I believe.
Should we check on Stefanico, see what he's been doing this entire time?
I did. That was part of what I
Yeah,
asked
okay.
him to do because it was important.
Yeah.
Sure, Mark would like to role play at one point.
I've
Never.
Like I said, I left because I was getting infuriated with this guy.
Okay, Mr. Phone, can you
He's very
do a
frustrated.
brownie run or something
Well,
for
again,
me, please?
Yeah, you guys are powers are supposed to be the ideological thing of good and justice. He's sitting on his ass,
This one? Sure, I don't know.
not caring. He's got friends out there who are. That's
I
fine.
would, okay, I wouldn't say it's not caring. It's detached.
But that's
okay?
what it feels
I don't
like
have
to
a
me,
problem.
though.
Okay, that's not. I take nothing from that.
Yeah.
Please. I look at this as very detached. I don't have a problem with detachment, but I was trying at the end here to say, okay, you can take your detachment and shove it, and maybe that would get a reaction out of him. At that point, if he jumped up and punched me in the face, I deserved it for doing exactly that. He could still walk right on over to me and take that loot or whatever he has and bust it over my stupid head. I would deserve it. I would deserve it. But if it got a reaction,
Stefan, what are you?
How about another?
Well, since he asked me to take a look at the town,
Thank you.
I will leave the bird bag on the porch, and I will start walking around. I'll look for any secret, I don't know. I know that there'll be thieves' camp, but anything that I might be able to see. I will notice any people that might be walking
No one
around.
wants to hear you talk about your hole. That's disgusting.
Thank you.
I didn't say anything about
Yeah, it
my
is a
hole.
Just assuming and thinking about his hole.
That's
You're the
disgusting.
pervert.
Yeah, give me a investigation check. I mean, there are definitely some people out and around town now kind of trying to clean up.
21.
So, I guess, are you looking for anything in particular other than just general?
Maybe any signs of where orcs may have gone into buildings or homes. Any place that might look like it may have been torn up or looted. Just kind of get an idea of what the town looks like.
Okay. Yeah, looking around, definitely the orcs were here kind of just to burn and pillage from what you gather, which they did some of that kind of in the first part of town. And they kind of were pushing in when you guys got there.
Okay, so there's not a pattern to the burnings, or
Didn't seem like it.
okay, so they weren't looking for something specific.
There is one house that you will notice is more destroyed than when you last saw it.
You see a little kid with a bunny rabbit, a dog. Mommy, are you still there? She's just like, hand out. So.
Is it like completely level?
Yep, holding the
or-
hand of their mommy, who's a pile of ash, solidified it like in Pompeii.
I'll walk around and see if there's anything that I can see.
It's just detached from it, the ash. Sorry.
Walking around for a little while, kind of going through. Nothing really seems out of the normal for this town.
So bad.
It's a pretty small town from what you guys have been in recently.
Right.
Oh,
What other kind of businesses, or are there any guild halls or anything like that?
There really isn't a whole lot of shops besides like a bakery. There is like a very small blacksmith, but just kind of your standard
He's fucking
basic
tall.
necessities.
yeah, he's the same race as that little guy in the Star
Exactly.
Wars.
Yes, Mandalorian.
I would say not seeing anything. I would probably head back towards where everybody else was.
You probably see me outside, just not the most pleasant of faces on my.
Serious, I have a question for you.
I have plenty of questions. What's up?
What happened to your bird?
You know, okay, that's the weird thing. We were sitting in there and it just went, it shriveled up and fell off. That's why Morgan brought it out here, because he took care of it, he said. This Kugath is he's a dick. He's a
I
real
thought he
dick.
was an orc.
Definitely is.
It's the tribe.
Yeah.
Oh, they're called dorks.
He doesn't doesn't care. No matter what, especially the pilot, some former pilot would have some responsibility for potentially getting the wall in
Very.
or any.
Is he? Did he break an oath? If he was a paladin, then he no longer holds those values. Did he break his oath?
I don't know. What does that matter?
Gross. Very dickish.
I mean, I don't really get what's the matter. I mean, he just. It still shouldn't change the. I guess it must be something to do with the people here and their what they follow.
How
Is
many
that
times
there's
a
something
day
to
does this
that?
spell work? Always? Just
Well, it's
once?
good.
They-
It could be
Once.
that he has found peace here.
Yeah, well, his peace ain't gonna last longer if this Warcash has his way. It's still his responsibility that this isn't resolved.
He may not feel that way. He may feel like he's done
Didn't
his.
take it. That's the problem.
Well, unfortunately, his done enough is unfortunately not enough. The simple fact of the matter is that all this here won't matter if Warcash has his way.
Have you spoken to his wife about this?
She seems odd. She doesn't want to look at anybody. She says that if she sees anybody, magic will just disappear. And his son seems to be on edge. It seems like he's wanting to help, or at least his father should help, but not much more than that. I don't get it. You expect that someone who's supposed to be following such a creed would feels something. It just feels like,
Unless he broke that oath.
well, it feels like it's more than that. It feels like he's hiding something. Something's not right about all of this. I mean, it seems like there's more going on, but he's. And from I've been hearing Morgan in there, he's definitely trying to get a rise out of him. But nothing seems to be sticking. And there's been a lot of shouting in there. I left before I could start my temper flared, so I would say
I don't know what to say.
Heimdall, he doesn't seem to give. He seems to think that
I mean,
Boltcast doesn't even exist. And we're trying to convince him that he is. He says
inclined
he
to
is.
Let the world be the world
He
around
can't
him, and that's that.
attain. Boltcast can't attain what he's looking for because he
I think
apparently
we got
destroyed,
everything out of him that we
permanently
could.
destroyed 3 of the pieces of Pokemon, but I don't think it's that. I think there's something more to it. I mean, I don't really quite get what's going on in there.
I'm just asking you.
I guess as a person who's trying to take responsibility for everything he does and tries to do the best he can, I just couldn't see throwing that away.
That was a dream with the ball.
Especially something
Um,
that I call as
This
causing more
happened
pain to
6 months
people.
ago.
Just
Okay.
not in game.
seems
out of
wrong.
game. Yeah, make your life.
Regardless, how are the town people doing? Anything
So-
going right around here?
Everything looks to be okay.
Where I saw
The weirdest
A lot of
thing
destruction.
and Kara's face,
from his daughter.
and there was a beholder tending to
His daughter?
Apparently, she's the wife of the head of the orc clan
fire
north.
mantle, and he bestowed it upon
Which
her.
raises a
Yeah.
question. Is
I can
why
ask
would
about
she
the
send
beholder.
people here? One, she would either be wanting to kill her own
Probably should do
property,
that.
probably
Making
brother or mother.
sense. It makes
And
sense.
second,
to do.
If she does know who Gath is and how powerful he is,
I didn't remember that.
she's just throwing these guys away. It doesn't add up. Nothing here adds up. Everything feels wrong here. This whole situation feels off. I mean, we got a daughter who, by all rights, should know how powerful her father is. Why send these guys into a slaughter?
Now that's an interesting point too.
That's been bugging me for a few minutes. If she knows he's here, which she should, these guys are fucking fodder. There's no way she did. I mean, especially if she knows both of them are here.
You know, there's a piece that says, "Test your father's resolve." To me,
Something's wrong here.
knowing this now,
Especially since we're getting all ideas of Dawnbringer. Okay, here's your friend right here. Come save him. I mean, there's apparently the Dawnbringer was one of his allies. Is supposed to be held around like a trophy and just doing nothing. Just sitting there playing his banjo. Writing off his insurance claims. I just didn't
yeah.
I wanted to say something. I said enough. So, guess it's up to us to resolve something. How do the people look? Do they look? Do people around here just seem off, or they just look like alright, autopilot? Something. Yeah, I mean, in general, do the people seem?
Give me an insight check.
Gotcha.
No, if we don't crack
28.
down hard on these living statues, we'll be up to our balls and jugglers in no time.
Jugglers and gypsies.
It's like,
They seem pretty normal. I mean, right now they're pretty distraught.
I mean, based off that one Satyr's village, how they seem just kind of on autopilot kind of thing.
These people are somewhat normal. I mean, they're grieving right now over their loss.
So they are actually showing emotion and stuff like that. Okay. Now I guess Taco. Because they don't make people noble like you anymore.
Right. Totally.
You're right. They
Totally
don't.
right.
So you're right.
Right, serious. Never truer words.
Okay.
I'm assuming I've seen the.
For that, I have a gift for you.
What's up?
I want to give him one of the revitalizing tonics. You need to write this down.
I shall. My items here. Actually, I'll put them back here.
I don't know what else to do.
Like I said, that's why I walked in.
Sorry, I snatched it out of your hands.
At this point, we'll probably be seeing him coming out with the roll of toilet paper stuck to his shoe.
I said good night.
I'm just thinking.
His robe's still hiked up in the back.
Holding a skull for some reason.
It feels like this whole thing's
Who pooped that out?
I feel like this whole
What did you eat, man?
Roger, from
Sorry?
I feel like this is a ploy. Sent in the dream to get us to come here.
No, I believe that aspect of it.
Wait.
Go ahead.
So Kugath can send us there for them to get us to bring forth.
So when you drink it, you
Pieces
get
are just fitting
gain
together.
40 hit points.
Sure.
That's it,
4
just
spell
professional.
levels.
He's not a big fan of us.
No.
And it removes any ailments equal to a lesser
Well, this, and
restoration.
maybe play right into Vorkash's hands.
I'm not as worried about Orchestra right now as I am Iron. That's what it feels like to me. Something I have to do with
Drinking
But I
that's
see your point. I see your
just
point.
flat.
Huh?
Just a flat whatever. Correct?
Yeah. This removes any ailments equal to lesser restoration.
That's most status effects except for some really big ones. That's most status effects.
Well, thank you, Smallville. I appreciate it. Definitely come in handy in the middle of a fight.
I think I'm going to give one to Morgan and one to Zeldron.
Well, definitely more because he's our major healer. You definitely keep him on the battlefield. Morgan, you have a.
No, I'm still in the inn. I have this. I grabbed the skull out of his hand. I intend to use that.
Well, yeah, I figured you were
Skull.
leaving. I figured you were leaving the place like.
I intend to as soon as I ask my one question of
Huh?
one
I forgot
item.
to put it at the top. But
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently.
Where you're outside with him?
I've been outside for quite a while,
Okay,
so I don't know. I don't know about most of the conversation. When I get after
that's fine. The
the lava
I was
shouting.
hoping that there were. What's your? Do you have any investigation worth a goddamn?
The weird thing is that
I do.
I know you do.
Okay.
Okay, you're in the same boat as me.
the weird thing
No,
is that
that's
Charles
all
said
right.
in his dream there was a beholder.
I have 0. That'll help.
A beholder. According to Terrell, when he had a dream, when he told us about the dream, there was supposed to be a beholder in the bar, but I didn't see one.
Oh, yeah, I probably should figure that out.
Is that?
Well, I have a mighty thirst. I'm going inside. I'll go in.
Actually, the barmaid, she should. His
I
wife,
did
I
mention.
think.
Ooh, a Haragon.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. A little more boost on that bustier. All right. Wow, that cost 25 schmeckles there? These were 25 schmeckles.
I use that joke in the real world and no one ever gets it.
What a shame. What a shame.
What can I get you?
Rick and Morty.
Maybe some vegetable broth.
30,
You have it.
30 schmeckles.
Give me just a moment.
Thank you. Do I feel anything? Like maybe she's affecting my magic items or
She's
anything?
still not looking at it.
Okay, well, I
Get in
just,
there, knock him around.
But she knows
not knowing
But-
other than
But you would now notice she's not looking because you were the only one who didn't notice it.
right.
But they told you.
Oh, you come in.
Yes, I guess a vegetable.
I would say by looking in my direction that you would likely think there's something really off, like I'm in a mood. Even standing in armor, I'm probably in some kind of mood, and I have a skull in my hands for whatever reason. And I'm looking all around the place, kind of taking the skull and tapping it into my other hand.
His son goes back into the kitchen. He's like, I'll get you that broth. No.
So I'm twirling where the spine meets the skull
While I'm
on
waiting,
my
I'll
finger, and I'll
approach Morgan.
tap it in my hand.
Morgan, you seem distracted.
I am perplexed, and I am frustrated. And I need to know what in here is an item beyond that sword, possibly, which I am eyeballing quite a bit, to ask a single question of through this skull to find out more information.
Look, sir, you can stop it. This actually hurts.
I do not have the best eyes for this.
Why not just point it at Kuga?
I believe it has to be an item. That's
Oh, an
It
item.
could be anything.
Yeah, I'll tell you the spell details. Legend rule. Name or describe a person, place, or object.
Yeah. This,
Gives you a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing you named.
oh, that's why we put the bard through all that bullcrap just to get this thing.
If the thing or whatever.
I want 10 of these.
is of legendary
God is my
importance,
witness, I
gain
want
no
10 of
information.
these.
And we use
Surprising.
that to learn more about the Grand Sultan, the rest of it.
Right, the vizier. Like brazier, but vizier.
What's your far?
Okay, so it can be a person.
Does it have to be a very specific part of that? I mean, he just asks a person, he's not sit there and just talk all.
It only gives a brief summary.
And it just talks it out loud?
Mhm.
Fine. I sit down at a table. And I just like, well, I'm going to see if it's story hour with our skull. I set the skull on the table, and I look right at it and give me this tale of Kugath Chain Chewer.
You watch as the skull does not move, and you suddenly feel your magic items are not working.
His specifically or all of them?
Now,
Everybody around him.
now, would everyone catch her looking? Is the question. Is that a
Not yet.
passive perception thing?
But we know something's up, and you mentioned the dream, and you talked to me about it.
Yeah.
I immediately turn around to where our red-headed woman is at.
She's staring right at you.
It is unbelievable that you would shut things off, that you wouldn't let a person know.
Troll, it's a mighty fine day outside. Do you want to go
Why?
outside?
I beseech thee,
And you'll
why?
just hear in your head real quick. Not here.
Then I will think in my head back, where?
Anywhere but here.
There's something he definitely does not want to hear.
I lead the inn.
Okay, now I
Let
thought
me build,
that
let me
and she
build a
heard it.
megaphone.
Are you protecting him?
That place is about to blow.
Good.
Not in a good way.
Any way that this place
It's
blows.
with the woman, Kugath,
What?
and Morgan.
You'll hear from himself.
You have to understand, I'm not happy with this.
I will think
This
back,
man
understood,
used that
grab
skull
up that skull, and get the
to get the
hell out of
answers.
here.
She stopped it.
Okay.
And Morgan will react accordingly.
Yeah, you see me say those words into this thing, and then spin around, stare at the barmaid for a minute, lot less than a minute, and then grab that skull up off the table and storm the hell out of here.
Anyways, I think this place is.
Bam!
You just see the imprint of me in the door.
Say, I'm on the other side. I'm on the other door.
Not going well, are they?
The skull's a magic item, right?
Don't throw your skull around.
I throw it down as hard as I can.
Do you actually?
Don't do it. Don't do it.
No, I don't throw the thing down. I am very, very upset.
That's
No,
hit
okay, you know
points.
what? Okay.
It does have hit points.
Really?
Left hand. Throw it with your left
You're the
hand.
magic item.
That's funny. But
Throw it with your
yeah,
left
'cause
hand.
it's a magic item.
Eh.
Okay.
Right hand's your dominant arm. Don't throw it with the right arm. Throw it with the left. Eh.
Things went well, I take it?
No, I already told you it was going bad.
Now, I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about after.
I go back in the inn.
I'm still in the room.
I go back in the inn.
I'm waiting on my bra.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, well,
Thank you, my good man.
So, what a
It's-
mighty fine day
It
we're
has
having,
less cleric angst than the inn, but there's still some in there. You may taste it.
So, I take it things something went. Okay.
So, Trost, what a mighty fine day we're having outside, isn't it?
You look like how I feel right now.
I'm shaking. I'm shaking. I'm so violently upset at what is going on here. So okay, I pull you off to the side, and I'm gonna use my invisibility stuff to look around and up and down.
Perception check.
Thank you.
I'm noticing he's looking around, and I look around too.
Strangle one of them.
'Cause obviously he's looking for something.
If they're going outside, I will take my broth and follow them outside.
Ooh, nice.
Well, I
23.
thought Morgan was gonna strangle
Natural,
Still in.
natural 20,
Yeah, I went back in
total
the-
30.
Yeah, I thought Morgan was gonna strangle one of them.
What are we
That's
beating
why I
red?
left.
I don't
It's a
know.
nice day, huh? Clouds are
But
clear.
definitely be aware that when the eye of the woman of the inn is upon you, it has an effect. Similar to that dream that was reminded that we had to me. That is a beholder inside of there, putting on the visage of a human female. But when she wishes to aim her gaze at you, you lose. You lose.
You just lose.
Wait,
Oh, for a lot of magic users, yeah. Let's be fair.
so with the gaze, is it with a Y or is he?
It's the female
Yes.
gaze.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to
That sucks. That sucks. She was cute too.
I have tried great diligence to use
I've been hearing a
every
lot.
aspect of sensibility and common sense and persuasion and illusion and downright anger to bring out the story of Kugath and what we are facing, or what we, yes.
Have you tried trickery?
Well, I think that was what you just tried.
I was trying something different when the gaze was put upon me. That was the skull. I was asking the skull to give me the tales of Kugath, and it was taken from me by that woman in the instant I asked for it. I then had a brief encounter through talking with one another's minds that she has no want for that to be done here, and that she is here to keep Kugath from himself. And why I'm not supposed to ask these questions inside that room, that inn.
What would it take for me to make a megaphone?
Liturgy.
It is the simple idea that as much as we have been trying for information, the information is there. It's just it's not going to be revealed. And it makes no difference how you go about trying to exorcise it from that man if it will not be given up without something, what seems like, drastic happening. And why this woman inside of there is helping to keep it contained is my best guess.
Well, while I was thinking out here, something kind of made me wondering. So the daughter's with the orcs.
Hmm?
The orcs are being sent here to attack this place.
Hmm?
The daughter knows this is where her father is. Then she knows that they have no chance. Why would she send these guys blatantly here? It can't be just that. Right? They don't. I mean, look at us. We took them out.
Even the son would say, and did, when I
Might
asked
also
him
ask,
various
how
questions.
did they get here?
Well, they're from the north. They're just from the north, right? I don't know enough about the area to know. To me, they're just in this area.
Now, he raises an excellent point in saying that.
So suddenly you're God of the Thunder. Ask them how they got here.
No, but
Cloud.
it
No,
is an
seriously, it's
interesting,
really important.
it is an interesting point.
I don't know enough about the
Okay.
location. To me, they're just here invading from the north.
See, now, you saying that, and the idea of we're in the north where the orcs are, has been the only thing that I've been going by as well. Okay, well, they're outside of town
Yeah,
on a warpath, and
And
they
so-
came here.
and they keep getting stopped here apparently.
Okay, they got stopped here at this point. Okay. Now, I agree with your point. Why? The son, however, saying to me that he isn't himself and hasn't been for 20 years. Now, that could coincide with these times where he decided that the aspect of Tritherium is something that we do not wish to have anymore. But either way, it does come down to the idea that he was once this person and maybe he isn't anymore. So why not send some orcs here and see if Father will roll over or not? Seems like a test to me, more than anything. Aside from that, though, it is peculiar.
This whole place, everything about this place is off. Everything.
Well, beginning to get an idea with the encounter with the
Or
woman
simulation.
in the inn that something is amiss.
Another thing that was brought to my attention, he mentioned the Borkesh can't get what he wants because he's missing the 3 of the eyes are destroyed. Can I recall how many eyes Bolgamon had from the
It's
visions?
111.
111.
Yeah, as I recall, from
That's-
from my Meyer time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so he destroyed 3. That's still, what, 2% of the missing? I mean,
Not even that.
yeah. I mean, which raises the problem that my friend Meyer was a lot more. When they said he was special, I didn't realize, but I'm going to assume that he was one of the eyeballs of Pokemon. Which means that.
That he now has a 111th piece of a god.
Well, it sounds like he's got a lot more, according to our friend.
Of which, that man was withholding what he knew about Vogelmon and this fight. And I was under a little bit of the assumption that it was just him being the patsy to his god, but it may be something else. Similar to how devotion works just for me. If Thanda says go and do this thing, I will go and do this thing. I take nothing from that, but it is also a way to wash away guilt.
Other
When you
memories.
just say, I was told to do it.
Give me a second. I want to try to recall everything I can with that incident with Volgamon in the fight. Is there anything that stands out odd from the memories he gave me, or Kev gave me? Man, I know it's fuzzy, but is there anything I can interpret? Since he's telling me there's more to this. Because to me, I was just seeing visions.
And it's also, keep in mind, according to him, all of these 8 people were from various fields brought together to do this thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so all of them may have been aspects of gods who got together and said, all of these gods said, go do this thing.
Well, there's definitely the one that looks like it was a black mage, and the other guy looks like he was a goddamn necromancer, which just kind of throws me off. I mean, again, since I wasn't really trying to concentrate on that, I was just getting the general grasp. Now that he's mentioning this, can I focus on that incident in my memory and see if I can gain anything from it, or
Actually, with the history check.
would it be a disadvantage? That's what I figured. I don't have much history here, unfortunately.
So I'm gonna look at that. I'm gonna look at the skull and ask and see if the power is gone for the day.
Still there.
It is actually still there.
You didn't even finish casting the thing, so
Okay.
before she started.
I actually got I got 19.
You came back out.
I mean, you can remember some of the fighting and stuff that you saw, but nothing really stands out besides
No body language.
Tainted
or
with
anything.
angst.
Carrots,
that.
eggplant.
Nothing really stand out too much. Other than, like you can see, there's obviously like the good guys were working together to keep each other safe.
Yeah.
And bad. None of them
At this
working
point,
together.
good quotations, good guys. That doesn't sense I'm seeing here. Orkesh didn't give me a whole lot to work with. What little I can see is just them protecting themselves against Volgamon.
Then the best thing we can do at this point is likely leave this village and head to a secluded location and finish what I started by asking a question that was denied me inside that inn. And that was the tale of Pugath Changua.
Well, the question is, what would be the reaction? Would that mean that he grab up his sword and start hauling his ass, try to rectify this, or
I don't know.
fall
But
deeper into the depression?
considering her immediate reaction to it, I would suggest that it is severe.
Alright, let's make our way out of town then. Let's let everybody know. We'll beat them out. I'll get the car ready. We'll head outside of town. I'll see if I can find your horse and Cousin Peter, because they're out there somewhere.
Who can tell what items do what?
Well, I can
have
identify
detect
things.
magic.
I have an identify one.
I have identified in general.
Okay, the sword.
I'm still in the end.
Yeah.
Fuck. Let's get Terral. Before we go traipsing away.
Well, I think we grab everyone.
And Zeltron.
He comes walking up to you, Terrell, with a scroll in his hand. Listen, if you're gonna go after those orcs, you need all the help you can get. Take this.
I appreciate it. What is this?
It's a spell scroll. A spell that Kara made. It's pretty potent.
I'll just know when to use it.
Whatever's best for you to use it. I mean, it sure, being a paladin, you won't be able to use it very well, but sure, one of your friends is magic, which we saw out there. So that's true. You could use it for something.
Much appreciated.
Get in the party bus, guys. Come on.
Let's go, Terrell.
Good luck.
Thank you for everything.
Before
You all
people
take care.
strangle each other.
Please express to your stepmother my anger was not directed at her so much as the situation, and I apologize.
Now here's the cutback, and tell her next time to add some cardamom. But it was delicious.
Keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Alright. I'll get the car out and.
Yeah.
Alright, I guess we should probably look for, while we're figuring this out, look for Cousin Peter and Morgan's horse.
I
Caught it upside down in a trap.
Sorry?
I look at you and I ask you about this scroll.
What's his
Oh.
name?
I'm
I don't
spacing
know his
on
name.
Kudos.
Okay.
His son, Borborn.
Vogorn.
Alright, I'll start making my way out with everybody outside the house.
He's handing Morgan the spell scroll. You can hand it over.
Any idea where Cousin Peter would be at if I go? just puts his head out the window. All right. What about the horse?
Over there.
I guess
Eventually you can find it.
yeah, I'll basically drive around helping
Okay.
them find their guys.
Oh.
Why they identify
Okay,
and
the healing
ask their
rain
questions.
outside, that's what this spell is. It's called Martyr's Tears. You summon a healing rain over the area for the
Gotcha.
duration. Each round in the area, creatures heal 1 hit point. If a creature is within the area for the full 10 minutes, they are cured of all diseases. And any effect causing blindness, deafness, or poisoned. Any fiend or undead in that area takes 1 damage per round. 500-foot radius. 10 minutes. 9th level.
It's a minute to cast it though.
Ouch.
Yes, casting time 1 minute. Thank you. Yes.
All right.
Would that heal?
And this is a scroll,
That looks-
correct?
Yes.
Any creature.
Okay.
That's not fiend or
I
undead.
did.
Well, we do have. Here's a question. Since he seems reluctant to believe about Heimdall and all that, before we deal with these orcs, I know that stuff for Morgan. Why don't we wait till tomorrow until Heimdall shows up here? Kugath will have to acknowledge it that he shows up.
Not necessarily. He
Well,
might
let's
hide himself in his building behind his.
Then we go into the building with Heimdall after us.
What if we can't get in? Obviously, Kara is very powerful. She may
Are
not
they
want
going-
her husband involved.
What else more can we do? This is something
Prepare and be valiant.
something he can't ignore any longer. It's on his doorstep.
He can ignore what he chooses to ignore if he's as powerful as.
If he's that powerful, then Heimdall maybe Heimdall will leave us the hell alone. Or have second thoughts. Or anything.
Perhaps.
Or at least he can verify that
Then
it
you
is
get
Heimdall.
scrolls of counterspell.
No, we haven't made it there yet.
That, according to him, Heimdall should be long gone. This,
But how?
I-
Along with all of these people of this party.
Didn't you
how?
say fuck a
When?
lich?
Where?
that doesn't seem to connect with what Kugath is saying, according to what Morgan told me.
No, Kugat said it was a lich.
Oh,
That
yeah.
killed him.
No, he said he wouldn't believe that there would be no that he couldn't believe he'd be brought back. Yes, it did make sense for him to be brought back. But why?
Because you said that you might have brought him back as an undead.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was his response.
yeah. But why? Also, which raises the
As a
question.
slave?
That thing, he didn't seem to gel with that idea, though. What makes me wonder, though, if the Lich itself, one of the heroes looked necromantic. Well, to me, the guy looked like he was a Lich. One of the Salvador.
Baron of the Black Ballad?
No, Heimdall trained the Baron of the Black Ballad. No, this guy was different. I couldn't see his face, had demons around him, floating in there, didn't seem to have feet.
He's a painter.
I mean, if this guy could this
Over here,
Lich
you
actually
have
be
the happy
Salvador?
little imp.
I simply point out that
It's only-
what
it's
it
only
appears
accidents.
is that these, and I'm going to call it for what I think it is, they were all an aspect. And they were all sent as aspects to defeat a god. And they did to an extent. It didn't exactly take the way they expected, but they did. And then they broke apart and lived lives separately or entwined for some time, because that much he said they did do other things.
I should have.
Until some of them went evil and some of them went good.
God, I
And
should
some
have.
of them are dead and
Wish-
some of them are not.
I wish my father would have got me on the Japanese ship Futanari. I wouldn't even be in this mess. Kosha Bukaki.
Oh my god.
Let me guess, this captain's name was Sugandese.
No. No.
The good ship Futanari.
I wouldn't be in this
Yeah.
mess. I'd be in some other district.
They have like a school
Okay.
called
No, his name was Yao. Commander Yao.
Now,
With his
now hang on a minute. Let's back up for a second. What was the point that you were making before?
Why is that would send people?
Nope.
There's the number of them.
No. You were talking about. What was the last thing you were talking about?
Heimdall being brought back and why we have
Okay.
Kugat's face
What
on it.
what was the thing about Heimdall not wanting to have come back? Not wanting to come back. What was that?
With the lich,
Well, he
yeah.
said that I told him that the Lich would maybe brought him back, and that's why how he's still hunting us.
Yeah.
And he said that would make sense for
That wouldn't make sense.
Yeah,
It wouldn't make
makes sense. Yeah, for the Lich to bring him back. I don't know enough about all the world here. I mean, is there some kind of aspect of liches that don't work with certain people in resurrecting these type of people, or was it something that is Heimdall the one who served the Black Battle? Made this Black Battle guy. Was he maybe serving a more of a nastier god instead? Is there?
Well, if you were a lich, and a man came up to you to defeat you, and let's just say that he were not too bad at doing it, would you want him around? Or would you destroy him utterly, which I would think an undead being would do? Nihilism, after all. Destruction of everything, after all.
I can't put myself in the. I still have my penis. I can't put myself in a guy that's just nothing but bones.
I see. It is simply the idea that if you were a nihilistic tyrant who wished death on everything, why would you bring something back to life that also wished you out of existence? I don't think you would. I think it's a fair point. Why would a lich do that?
Well, can't they just? That doesn't matter. Once they bring them back, they're all slaves to them, aren't they?
Well,
That would be the only reason I could think of. Would
Yeah,
be as a slave or
They're very
as
powerful.
a gopher.
They're a very powerful slave too.
yes.
Well,
but
The other question is, what affected the bird? It just shriveled up and dropped dead.
It was definitely affected by necromantic effects.
Which is odd for a group of people with holy power in
Well,
an
let
area.
let us just say that we were in the inn of a woman who is not what she appears.
True. I'm confused by this whole situation. But then, so is this another trying to protect Kugath thing?
I would certainly say that the idea here has been at least that. Protect Kugath.
So is he just completely just not paying attention to everything around him?
Let us take this into consideration. He renounced his devotion.
Yes, just
Perhaps it was not voluntary, but it was something painful that had happened. Would you protect somebody from an emotional crisis? Yes, you probably would.
Perhaps he suffered some backlash from their actions.
It may be. We could speculate all day, but this person cares enough to protect him from him. I would suggest that bringing up some kind of miserable memory, possibly,
well, then let's
could
have-
have ramifications we ourselves are not able to handle or are prepared for, and this person is trying to keep that from happening. Maybe something
well, then let's
horrible
axe the skull and find out.
That is why we can do that here. But regardless of how wrathful I feel towards the man, it seems as though if we go back, we must choose our words carefully.
Well,
Because there's a person who can shut us down.
Yes, I'm noticing that. Now, Terrell, are you sure you want to hear what's about to happen?
I don't want to also put you in a situation that a person of Tritherian would also say, the hell with it. This is a very important thing we may discover, is the why. And if we do, I hope that it wouldn't drive away your devotion.
Or make you make a very hasty decision?
I think I should know what is within my bloodline.
Okay, let's set this on the bumper, set the skull on the bumper, and the tale of Kugath the Chain Chewer.
Remember, it's only a brief description.
Okay.
Rate of whatever it is, though, it's something she still wants to hear.
Okay.
so-
Okay.
So you gotta be specific.
Okay, then
Okay.
what it comes down to is, are we going to right now, because this can only happen once a day then, okay, ask about the party of champions, or are we asking about what broke the man?
I'd say what broke the man.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's
Because that's gonna. I would want to know too, just because.
Because this seems completely off to me.
Yeah, something's going on, and like, I find it hard to believe that Tritherian would ask his aspect.
Well,
to-
see, I will tell you, that is half the reason why I said what I said about you could be a patsy under the guise of, well, your God just said to do it, and then you can carry that guilt around later if it comes up on you. That's why I said that stuff. Because it's very easy. It's very easy to do. You have a person above you that says, I order you to do this.
Yeah.
Okay, you go and do it. Okay, you don't think about it, you just go do it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe 20 or 50 years later, he started thinking about it. That's why I brought that.
Yeah.
But I don't have a problem with what you're saying. If you're saying ask well, anybody can ask the thing.
That's if you want to ask about the champions first, and tomorrow we can ask about.
Okay, is this an unattuned thing, or do I have to take the? Because I didn't actually do that before. Okay, all right. Then give us the story of Kugath's
Fall from grace.
loss of devotion.
It'd be super cool if you had a little video.
And
Yeah, no presentation.
You see like a film reel.
it's a Super 8.
They post a movie on my windshield. Ooh.
It starts up like Fallout.
Want to know about Kugath's folly, after you? Well, let us tell you about the fallout.
Following.
You see Kugath with the
Annihilation.
Things went all well at Kugath's backstory.
The restoration of Kugath may be up to you.
Shows a little fallout Kugath going in. While he was busy smoking people down, you just see the body with the little blood splurt just still standing there.
I tell you, it's so stupid. It's so stupid, but it was random that those goofy videos showed up in the Fallout game, and I would wait.
Oh yeah.
I'd wait every time. What video will it be?
To that little Reddit Stipian
Stupid videos.
Sorry.
Please excuse me. Sorry. Yes.
Brief description.
Oh gosh.
Kugath, 20 years ago, was ordered by Tritherion to kill his wife because she was trying to help bring back Voldemort.
Wait, then that means he does know that this is all happening.
I told you he knew something about Vogelmon. What's withholding?
Which means he's probably in it with Borkash. Because guess what? Borkash can give him back.
He did kill her, but then immediately afterwards gave up in his path with Tritherion.
Fuck.
Which means Borkash probably said, hey, I can bring her back. And those 3 that he destroyed, I bet aren't destroyed. He's just telling us. He's telling us because he's trying to convince us to get off the trail. If we think Borkash can't bring it back, or this time thing's nonsense.
His son told us that his mom died.
Yes.
This beholder is watching over it. Okay? He destroys those things. I think he's still living the life of doing what was necessary for Tritherion.
Oh.
But when he was asked to do that point, and he's saying it's unholy and like that, I get it at this point, okay? Because it is, in his mind it is, okay? He did the task and then stopped. If we go ripping back in there and say, aha! You murdered your wife, you son of a bitch! I think one of us is gonna die.
Yeah.
If it's the whole
Okay.
party.
Well, my
Yeah.
worry is what happened after that.
Okay.
Go ahead and do
Again.
it.
Well, it looks like, to me, that was the point at which, as his son said, he changed. It was done.
It's the fact that he's trying so hard to do. Again, can't find Borkash on the screen. It just doesn't even exist. Now, we can take a word for it. My insight seems pretty high.
Okay, let's peel back this onion and throw some stuff in here that we do know.
Yeah.
Who's using memory magic to alter a person's mind?
Well, definitely the prince from the fucking town.
Do you think for one instant that a person who is out to protect somebody wouldn't do the same thing? So if we go racing back in there and go, hey, your mind's screwed up, take a greater restoration,
Somebody's
we're
gonna
going to end
open
up
their
dead.
Oh, yeah.
If we go
We're gonna
back
fight
in there
the
and
whole
say,
way.
we know what happened, and then he
And
goes,
Kugat,
and then
most
he
likely.
has a small spasm, grabs that sword grabs both swords off of you, and lays into us. Okay, that's
But it means
You guys drag
kids
you
who
on
can't
out
trust a
of
damn
there.
thing he's saying.
huh?
It means we can't trust a damn thing he's saying.
I think we can, up to the point
Third.
of what he's willing to give us. I think we can.
I'm still not. Again, we got a guy literally offering, I can fix everything and give you back everything you lost. I mean, and all he needs is all the verdant. Okay, and we have a guy here today.
But he destroys the unholy
and I
things.
did make a fucky. I did show him the.
Exactly, but he also said I've. But then he said I've destroyed 3 of them. Well, what's that tells us? You can't possibly bring Borgman back. Well, I destroyed 3 of them, which means, hey, then we don't have to worry about it. Now we also have, this time magic thing is not nonsense. It's some thing that doesn't matter, or it's just something he came up with. Everything he just told me tries to get us off of trying to pursue this.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying in that regard, because I don't think that looking at this psychologically, it says to me, he's unwilling to go there. Period.
Yeah.
And that to me is the overriding thing. Not that this is distraction. It's this stuff doesn't even exist. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's what I'm getting from
I
this.
don't even know what you're doing.
Evil man.
Now, it could be
Evil.
Jeez.
Oh, you know what you are.
Then I don't think you're evil.
Oh, he's
look,
he's
a lot of
very
this-
devious.
a lot of this just
Well, I don't think so.
So my next
that
character
is a smart man over there who
Yes.
tells some really intricate and good stories.
Yes.
You should let him tell his good and intricate stories with all of this
I saw this
plot
dice
and
roll.
subterfuge and
And well, we don't screw it up too hard.
well, we might do that.
So my next character is gonna be a tiefling sorcerer.
Yep, be prepared. You might need
I think
one
that's what
more
tells
day.
us, as of right now, we're fucking on our own right now. Pretty hard. It's probably why his son's a little not sure why this is happening. Why this is happening.
Now hang on.
He probably doesn't know his dad killed his mom.
Probably
I'm
not.
gonna guess that the answer to that is no. But maybe the daughter does.
That does add up. Well, let's identify that sword and find out exactly what it all does.
Exactly.
Well,
He already ate into it. He knows what it does.
What does it do?
a lot of cool stuff.
it seizes
actually.
one's mind.
It's a cursed artifact.
Maybe next time just let us identify it
Slay your
before.
friends. Slay your friends. Slay your
Yeah.
It's just weird chant in my head, guys. You know what it says? Uh-oh.
Kill all your friends for criteria?
Alright, I'll do that.
Pulleth out thine vorpal sword,
Slay
and
it.
swingeth,
Through and fro. Alright, so
swingeth
look.
through.
in obvious here, we need to talk to the doctor.
And I
Or-
would say we need to talk to the innkeeper,
You think
who
she's-
may be in charge of the aspects of Kugath who doesn't want to come to light,
we-
and certainly knows they
How are
don't
we
need to
gonna-
be brought up.
Well, it seems suspicious. We just want to talk to her, though.
I don't think that man will care at all. And if he does, so what? He has relinquished. He has given up his sword. That's not to say that he isn't an impressive figure if he wishes to come down to it, but what would he care? If we go with, yes, impressive figure.
That's exactly what I was thinking. when
That
you
was the
said
most impressive camel toe I have ever seen.
They're elephant
Uh,
long, bro.
He is
exactly what I was
resigned to the life
That's what
that
I call
he
a hog.
lives.
Maybe
What difference does it make if we speak?
All based on whatever it is that is going on with him. Is he being lied to? Is his memory getting altered? Is it? I mean,
To me, the first person to ask more of is the innkeeper.
all right. How do you want to approach this?
Simply ask her to.
Would it even be
Come
necessary for us to go back? Did you not have telepathic communication with her?
I likely should not have done that.
Oh boy. Well, my experiences with dealing with it have not exactly been great, so I can understand that. That's why I have this on.
Right. I may have. I probably should not have done that. It was
Suddenly a
rash.
tentacle comes out.
Yeah, totally.
I'm sure it's all fine.
But oh, thank you.
Can you try communicating with her from here now?
I'm loath to do it without just going and asking if she would converse with us outside.
All right. I'll turn the party bus around. Let's park outside town and just.
Wise.
If
I'll
your-
make my way back there.
If your character's still alive when you meet my next character, you won't be too happy. It's a sorcerer with aberrant mind. How he got his powers? A mind flayer slug didn't finish its
You
ceremony.
don't have much confidence in yourself.
Oh, you won't do my. You probably hate me more because you can't bring anything on me.
No,
No?
it never finished its metamorphosis, so it can't really do anything, but I gained its powers.
I didn't mind Gus. I don't have any hatred for them. I just don't understand why they did the things they did. That's again, it's more of the aspect that we came in peace. Why did you do this? I mean, I don't hate people.
And you'll go in
See, the problem So you're saying your tiefling character that you want to do next if you die?
You want to do something similar to Baldur's Gate 3.
No. It's a brain
Well-
slug that died from starvation.
I mean, that's how you're putting it.
Never finish its metamorphosis.
Uh,
I don't know, man.
That's what the book
This sounds
said.
a lot like BG3.
yeah.
That's what it says in the
Sure,
book. Never finish
sure,
its
there's something
metamorphosis.
I mean, I also.
So, brain slug down.
Everybody do the brain.
So I'll park outside. Do you just want to go by yourself?
That's fine.
Or would you like company?
No, I'm fine.
Call us if you need us.
Would you like me to go with?
If you wish, I have no issue with approaching these.
Let's just keep an eye around town.
Where are you going?
Watch out for any more orcs
Yeah,
showing
I'm
up.
not going to be a part of this
Yeah,
whatsoever.
ask,
I am
uh,
drained.
Sightless woman to.
Whose fault is that?
I think I should go with you.
Fine.
Me and Zeltron keep an eye out for any more orcs wandering the area while we wait over here. You three do.
Does anybody actually have the 2 tubes of the world that they could roll out and look at the world?
I have a globe. Would you like my globe of the world? Well,
I'm asking if you have a map. That's all I
I should for a minute. What we have left of it because we had got
I had a
one.
globe made.
Yeah, I have a globe.
Fine.
So,
Okay, where are we on the world by comparison to where the orcs are said to have been?
well,
And they would have had to come all the way through Elfland to get here.
that's
Yes, and you guys have heard before that they're being held back via fortress, or this area essentially, which is an elven fortress, large encampment.
so here, and there was supposed to be an elf thing. Oh, that's not good.
Well, it's an interesting point, isn't it?
I mean,
How did this contingent get all the way to here?
the Church of Tritherion even told you guys, well, told Terrell that people were kidnapped from one of the outposts. And that's part of
That
the
tells
problem.
me that the fortress has that base camp to the north has fallen. If they've gotten all the way out here.
But
Possibly.
it isn't a rampage across the world at this point heading south. It was a contingent of people.
Well, maybe they just now got through, and we just got the first wave of them. I mean, this is maybe the next town on the path down.
Then why wouldn't there be an army?
Maybe recovering for what they had to deal with first.
That
mean,
Scouting, maybe.
I mean, or they didn't need to bother.
It's-
They didn't think they needed to bother sending an army here.
It's worth it to ask.
Yeah.
But I still think it's a test.
Can we? I mean, from here, what does it look like to the north? I mean, can we see a crap load of fire and smoke coming from that direction?
Peaceful sigil.
So just trees from this where.
SYG.
The mountains way off in the distance that you would see maybe a little bit of
That's-
smoke coming off of,
But nothing that says of a larger settlement area.
but not from this distance.
SI.
You guys are
It
a
is
whole
SI?
day away from.
I thought it was one of those weird ones.
All I knew is that
So
I
we'll
was
keep an eye
fucking
out.
up so bad.
These run. These three are go ahead and go talk to the innkeeper.
So I was like, I gotta talk to a fun friend.
Yeah, I thought it was. Okay. But I don't spell very good.
Have
I
fun
don't
storming the
either.
castle.
Nobody's storming my castle.
When we get closer back to town, I would like to use one charge of my Harmonious Hourglass to cast Warp Sense. And even if I have to do it a couple times, I'd like to make a rounds around the town as much as I could, see if I can sense any portals.
Yeah, let me. I don't
I guess
remember
it's
how
an
far
idea. They're
it
just
is.
bypassing the
It's
town altogether.
30 feet.
But again, going for this town with knowing that she knows a Q gas here.
Okay, look, again. We can put some motive behind this and speculate about what it is. I feel as though it's a test. That's what it looks like to me. You know, is my father just going to sit there and let nothing happen? Well, what they may have gathered from this is it just so happens a bunch of heroes showed up and helped out.
Wipe
Curse
those orcs,
heroes.
man.
Yeah. They got 1 million of them, who cares?
Yeah.
You don't catch anything.
All right. Well, like I said, since they're going back, I'll just watch around for anything.
course, I mean,
Like 2 charges? Okay.
you know, most of what they were burned up, unfortunately. So I don't know how much. I mean, we could do some speak with dead with some of them, unless they're destroyed. Are they been thrown in a fire and destroyed?
Well, they were burnt up to a crisp by a fireball.
Oh, well, no,
Some
okay,
of them
but
are
I
massively
believe.
Yeah,
okay,
there's a
but I
spirit ones.
believe that there was dead gathering
Yeah.
like that. So if they're destroyed, they're destroyed. That's what.
Oh
I'm
yeah, you do have a body you need to question in whole.
Yes.
Yes. So many things to
Actually,
do.
he's in.
It's really interesting.
Actually, didn't we put him in the preservation
check, yeah, that's
chest?
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which I didn't bring.
Oh, I guess we'll be preserved when we get back.
Yes, the funeral home's refrigerated room. That's my.
Are there any?
That's an interesting business idea. You keep people in things of preservation. People can come back and talk with them and speak with them.
Oh my God!
That's brilliant.
They just pull.
Just grab their soul, shove it in there for a little while. Just talk to them.
This is pure torture stuff.
I love these talks.
Do you know how cold it is in that goddamn room? Curse upon you!
I can't pass because you call me
Are there
back.
any dead people laying around that look,
Damn you!
or even dead orcs that look important? That like might be a captain,
I mean, there were
or
the 2 shamans. But
are they toast?
One's speared, one's toast.
what? How'd that happen?
Oh yeah, one.
I'm just curious as to whether this dead man's tongue would work on.
Try it if you want.
Who's all going?
I'll try it on one of the
You three.
sharks.
Me and Ziltron staying in the car, keeping an eye out for more orcs.
All right, if you're looking over the orc's body, me and Terrell are going to continue on.
What's the specifics of what that says?
It says once per day you can gain important memories of dead target within 24 hours of target's death.
That's an interesting item.
Well, you can only use it once a day, but
Still.
not today. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
nothing else. Maybe we'll see how they got here.
How did you get it?
Yep. Wait. You would gain a few different memories. If I can show you a picture of this. One of this man thing, talking to it.
Ooh.
And it asks him to step into a fire that's kind of raging. And as he steps into it, he's suddenly, through his memories, you see him in a forest.
The fuck is that?
And then you would see an important memory of him dying.
You can see a toilet spear.
Yes. Whoa!
People appearing in the middle of town, and then they just
What in the
stares.
what?
So that guy teleported him here?
Looks like it.
But you didn't check any portals.
Into a
Didn't detect any port. It looked like he just had him step into a plane.
Interesting.
But the portal protection is only a small range.
Right.
So they probably farther out. Okay, so they're potentially bypassing the elves. I mean, it's smart. I mean, just
Was
bypassing,
there-
don't worry about them.
Was there anything
And
besides
it does
him
come down.
that,
Sorry.
like, a building or a tree or something that I might recognize more location?
Landmark.
Yeah, a landmark.
Give me a nature check.
19.
Through his memories, you would have caught the whiff of maybe a lake. as he smelled as he came into wherever he teleported to?
No one nearby would be the south. Based on the map, anyways.
Just a whiff, no side or anything like that.
The fresh water in the area.
Would it, just on the off chance, would I be reminded of the smell of the lake outside Astraco?
It's hard to tell.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
That smelled like radioactive material. This one just smells nice. That one smells like cancer. This one smells normal.
It smelled like water.
Yeah, fishy or,
Yeah,
scummy kind of smell.
like ocean smells different than the.
Smelly smell. Smelly smell that kind of smells.
You
Was
have-
it was it
does
was it
kinda
a
smell
just
smelly.
like a freshwater smell? Was it a swampy
More fresh.
freshwater? Okay.
They ran a certain way with that point in a direction.
He did head south, didn't he, when he was escaping, didn't he?
I don't remember specifically. I'm just saying.
The one that was running from Zeltron, yes.
We could keep trying.
You can keep it by going where they were, because I thought that they said that while you were doing that, they were going to head to the inn to get the innkeeper and talk to her. Because I know Morgan's on a mission now.
Well, I still have some charges that I could use to try to, but the problem is, like Ethan says, it's such a small radius that I'd have to almost be on top of it
Yeah.
to catch it.
And it's going to be by a lake. You're looking at probably a day to the south before you can get close to where that lake is. I mean, you probably were planning on going down there to get some supplies anyway before him all showed up. You could check nearby the lake once you get there.
We could just be given an idea of roughly where they came from. Okay. Does that mean we can use it to get back?
Not necessarily, no.
No.
But would it be some place that we could lay a trap? If he opens another gate, sends
Why
something
that far
through.
south, though? Why not just like half a day past Scylla?
Isn't that Gartham the place where you saw Borkesh and his contingent of people?
I believe so, yes.
So why not send them to safe place?
Yeah, that's where the Orcus people were down there.
That may be safe.
Yeah. God knows what's the town right now.
I haven't thought about that town, but okay.
See, I told you, bad man. Evil man. He knows what he's doing.
No way. Well, you guys walk in, or where are we going?
Yes.
I'll go with them.
Okay. We
I don't
go
see a
in,
point in.
and I will approach the bar, and if I'm allowed.
Two guests in the privy.
Good.
Who used all the toilet paper?
They need to add this to the insurance.
I need to make a song about this. Constipation.
Homebrows.
Madam, we know more.
Oh,
Best you keep to
that was an
to
accident.
yourselves.
Indeed, I understand the reason why. What I am interested in is
I tried drawing this.
your involvement, and curious
And
if you would speak to that.
accidentally
to
drew the
us.
other one.
in a different location
You're what?
than here.
You're the
since
other one.
Talking about this is
Ah.
sensitive.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
I think you have all the information you need to know.
So serious, we know
I-
if that place blows up, we just go away. We just leave, right?
No. I'm going to rent the car in there.
It's my
If it blows
impression.
up, they're dead.
And I'll roll the rest of them over.
It's my impression
You're happy to hop off when I do it.
that you have a want to keep
I think
from-
most sensible person here.
memories.
Were you the person who's going to alter time to completely erase your
Now,
entire
you
existence?
can do that benevolently
And we have a person who's not
or malevolently. And I haven't asked you which is which.
Well, I have a reason to leave. I
I
have
just
nothing.
asked you if you would
your
be
existence.
willing to share more with us outside.
What am I going to do?
Okay.
Punch him?
More than what Kook has
And
to
I am going to look her over as I say the benevolently and malevolent
I meant
to
to
see if
punch
there is an
him.
intent, positive
Sing
and
it.
negative.
Have a-
Maybe that's
have a-
right.
have a bard off with him.
Oh, 19.
You don't really catch anything. Pretty stone faced.
Was she peeking? Interesting. Okay.
I don't understand what it is we wish to discuss further. Seems you've been told everything you need to know.
We certainly know more. But what do you know of Kugas' past that he's unwilling to give our way? That he does not need to hear inside these walls, as there may be some repercussion, emotionally, possibly, physically, possibly. If you are indeed keeping him in check, then us knowing more outside of these walls will not hurt anyone within. And I promise you, as cleric of Lathander, to never bring anything I learned to this establishment beyond our conversation now. If that is of any worth to you.
It's not.
I see.
You already have more than what I would have offered you, so it's best you leave.
Hang on a second.
You can have 3 attunements at once, right?
Unless you're that.
Artificers are different.
I need to look up a spell real quick. Maybe.
You're going about this the wrong way. You gotta flirt with it. Beauty is
Hey,
the goal.
baby. I watched this on a cartoon 40 years ago. Here's a flower. Damn, that really doesn't do enough. Okay, I'm not gonna have a spell for it. Fine. I was thinking of detect evil and good, but really, okay, I know that she's something different. It's really not gonna end up doing much of anything. So, so do you do this because you wish to?
I do it because it's what's best.
Definitely insight, please.
Best for who?
Right. 29.
She's definitely doing it out of her own self-interest, but there is part of her that definitely wants to keep Kugat from completely losing it, more or less. That's what you get.
Are there, is there stuff on the walls, pictures, stuff like that?
Not really. You see maybe a couple places where the pictures used to be, but there's none there now.
What could a slippery fellow do? It is the idea, I believe, then. And this is more beneficence than malevolence. You have a difficult visage to break through as to what the tells are, but I understand your point. Nothing will ever be brought up inside of here without, at all, I made a promise. That is how a promise works. It seems as though you have made one yourself. That's what it seems. And it seems for a good reason. Sorry to have bothered you. It was a pleasure.
Sure.
Okay. I'll leave
I
and
feel an eyeball really close.
She shoots a disintegrate
tick
ray.
tick tick. Bzzzt. I believe our because we'll leave. I believe our friend, the innkeeper, means and is exactly right that we should leave it alone, and that her wish for this is actually due to some form of kindness than just. I think it is more due to kindness.
Well, I mean, he did have to do horrors beyond imagination.
And I believe she understands that if that were brought to light, that somebody would lose their mind.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hey,
I do not
Google,
believe
how's
that
your wife?
was- I didn't say it. I didn't say it. He did it. He did it.
Gross 50 times such. Yes, Kugat Kaiju.
It looks like a scene from the old Power Ranger where the smoke comes out. You see it from his crotch area. That really just sapping. So I'm sorry you made your way back, Elaine.
He slowly walks out into the ocean.
I didn't
So how did it go?
I believe the truth of the matter is that there's nothing more to be gained here, unfortunately. That whatever emotional impact that has happened to this man has been wiped away, and to bring it up would be disastrous. And the person who is behind that bar is actually actually means to just keep it at bay out of kindness.
Cool. Did you explain that that won't mean anything of Borkesh during this entire timeline?
I believe that it just means that she is living up to her word of protecting this person.
Cool. I'll be
There's
right
no
back.
more- There's no more to be gained.
There is one thing to be said to her.
I would be careful.
I will be as careful as I can, but it needs to be said. I want to make my way back. I'm making
Stand
So
next to
I-
the car.
So I'm going to say what I said to him. When this place explodes, are you guys going to leave? Because I am.
What is the radius of meteor swarm?
I'll make my way in. Is she up to the bar?
360 miles.
I move 361 miles.
Same.
There's Kugath in the area.
Doesn't look good.
I'm going to walk to the bar. I'm going to say my piece and make it very clear. You may be doing this out of kindness. You may not want him to know. But Borkesh, whether he's hiding him or not, plans to erase his entire timeline, which means all of this that you're doing will mean jack shit. If he erases and does what he does, everything you're protecting will not exist. This entire thing will not matter. The butterfly, what do we call it? A butterfly effect. You do one thing, it makes steps across time will change, which means this town may not exist. His entire life could be different. He could become something completely other. You wouldn't even met him. There are things in this world that will change so drastically if he has his way, that everything you're trying to protect will not even exist. Understand that yes, you're trying to protect him, I get that. But not helping us could mean that all of this that you're trying to do for whatever reason will be nothing. It will no longer exist. His children will no longer exist. You may not have ever met him. You may not even exist based on what happens. He may not exist. The simple fact of protecting this and protecting whatever it is that you're trying to protect could mean nothing. It could be all gone like that, and you'll have no control over it. You'll have never known it. You'll never had any of those emotions. Anything.
Rejuvenation?
Everything
Or
could be lost
Revivify.
by not doing at least the simplest task here. Now you cannot believe it or believe it, but if he is doing what I believe he is doing,
I'm just a couple levels behind because of
who knows what could be left over here? Who knows the ramifications of altering a timeline that far back? We're talking about people who could still be alive that could do untold terror. And he could be the only one that could actually help us, or you. Everything. You'll not even know it ever happened. It'll just change. And the ramifications of that are drastic. So if you decide you want to help us at one point to prevent that, and you do want to keep your little piece here, you might want to consider what will be lost if you do not do anything. Because it's a chain of events that will just never have existed. Ever. And you'll never know that it happened. Any joys that you had, any joys that he might have had, or lost. And the Borkesh is offering to give him something back and tempting him, and that's the reason, another reason why he may not be helping us. Borkesh could be lying. Or even Borkesh may not even know what might happen when he does what he does. Especially if he does it. They're not looking far enough ahead of all the different ramifications that could happen from this. I'm just saying that's why I'm so passionate about getting this fixed before it happens. You're not only just altering one timeline, you're altering everyone's. Mine included, and all of my people, all of your people. Even your gods could be altered to any level through time. It's a tricky thing to worry about. Any realms could be damaged. Any realms. Footprints we leave behind are massive. It could have drastic consequences. So please understand, that's why I want to prevent this. And whatever he's offering to any of these people is most likely a lie. He offered me to be captain of the ship. What would have to do would change in my world for that to happen. He could be offering to bring people back that shouldn't be back. Just think about that, please. It's important. You have a good day. I'll leave.
chill look at you as you leave, so your suit kind of deactivates.
You fall over. You can't stand up. That's terrible.
Now you're just being petty. No, my pompadour just goes.
Apparently that's magic too.
Mm-hmm. You know it. I'm
So
assuming
is
she
time
gets,
to
is she
do
going to
it?
speak into my mind then?
No, doesn't say anything.
Alright. I'll walk back to them. We can go now. I've said my piece.
After you see him go,
She didn't like what I had to say.
God, you're pathetic.
Indeed.
Hey, I have no strength.
No problem.
This thing is. I have -2.
You have a strength of 8?
Yes. The suit compensates for that. That's why he attacked me when I first got here with the phantom that drained my strength and almost shot me a heart attack.
Yeah.
He almost killed me in one of our first ventures. Yeah. It was the right thing to do. It was the smart thing to do.
Okay, now
it's also
Kugath's
the card you drew.
Yeah.
Kugath's
That too.
wife, he was ordered to kill by Tritherion because she was working to secure these orbs for Vogelmon, or for Borkesh.
No,
She shouldn't bring back Voldemort.
She was trying to bring back
Voldemort.
Voldemort.
Yeah.
I guess we forgot to ask one of the critical questions. Who was his wife?
Strong
The
woman.
world may never know.
Oh, we will tomorrow.
Well, we were told this. We didn't see this.
Yes. And that we can ask all who was Kugat's wife.
It's a fair point. We still don't know some of these people here. Who or what they are. Like the Dark Druid dude. Or the Air Ganassi. What's the Air Ganassi?
What the hell is an Ergonasi?
Isn't it like an elemental
Yeah.
An elemental creature? Okay.
Yeah.
No,
elemental
half
human?
elemental, not human.
Oh, gotcha.
They would have an interesting aspect about them.
Didn't we see one of those in our evil campaign at one point? Was the people at the doorway at the chaotic? Yeah.
Yeah.
That the one guy we fought. Okay, so where to next? Do we want to head to the north, see how it's going, or go south where the orcs are heading? Because obviously, Kugas, this lady's going to stop us from trying to get. I mean, I was going to suggest maybe having Heimdall come here and having Kugas face that, but she's not going to let that happen.
Well, what would be the point of going north?
Stop the orcs, find out about Dawnbringer.
Oh,
see
yeah.
what's- your
The-
people, your
yeah.
people being captured.
Yeah, the whole reason you're questing with it?
I must,
The
I
whole
must
reason you're
say
questing with us?
that as much as I am allured by the idea that Dawnbringer could be up north, everything to this point has led me to believe, through getting an exchange of information from that dubious character, I understand, is that the Dawnbringer is in a far more secure place than the hands of some orcs ravaging across the world.
Don't tell. I mean, it's giving some guy of torture. I mean, maybe there's a torture to him.
Don't know.
I mean, we have nothing.
I am
to
confused.
We have nothing.
I do have a want to go there, but we do have pressing
Yes.
engagement coming our way.
So, do we need to head down to an area to get some supplies?
Yes, I would like to do that very much.
And since Morgan's probably gonna be on sports, and along with him being on Cousin Peter, I'll drive the other two, and we'll just also go with them south. We'll start making our way south then.
Are we going downtown?
Yeah.
Downtown.
Along the way, I want to keep an eye out for any kind of unusual activity, orcs in the area.
More
Maybe
ravens with bags.
if it's going to show up, it's going to show up.
Bunch of rings. With bombs.
So yeah, just keep an eye out for maybe someone trying to hide or anything like that.
I would say I will tie Cousin Peter to the wagon or to the car.
I just have the horse.
Yeah, just
Oh,
as
okay,
close.
to the car. And I will scout
You're
ahead
waiting to come
somewhere.
forward, isn't it?
See if I can find
It's back
footprints.
at,
Then I'll go to
Anything like
a
that.
calm pace for Cousin Peter then, just to Someday he doesn't.
Alright, you begin traveling.
Mm-hmm.
Well, those of you people
I have to try.
give me a perception check.
I don't have a problem.
I swear if I see that board.
22.
Well, it's just maybe for him because he's the one scouting ahead.
Well, you know, kind of.
7.
Okay.
He's keeping an eye out. You guys are keeping an eye out.
Perception.
Well,
Somebody's got to be driving the car, though.
Oh yeah.
So, what does that sword do?
Unnatural 20.
Asking in character or
Yes.
it grants me the ability to protect my allies even further than I already can.
Unlimited power.
And then if I try theory and ask me to kill them, I will do that.
Yeah.
that's a amazing
That one said the
thing,
name Vogelmon
but it has
kill
a
him.
downside.
And that was a downside.
Let's see.
Well, that sounds like Vogelmon was doing something, but maybe not exactly what we think he was doing. Or what they were believing that it was supposed to be doing.
Possibly. Now the whole warping reality. What? Oh, is this it?
Yeah, you guys don't really see anything on your way down. Are you specifically stopping and like searching for the portal area?
Nah, I'll just make my way south. I mean, if Sponicle wants to look where he can, but I'll just make my way towards the town.
Okay. And then around evening, you guys would arrive at Garth.
Alright, we'll put the car up and make sure we have it ready. Do you guys want to go in while I stay out and camp? Setting up camp out here while you guys go in?
Morgan, I
Yes.
have a request. Can you get some
Alright,
scrolls?
I'll start setting up camp for everybody.
I will endeavor to do so.
Thank you so much. I need rest.
I will take some time to. I want to put on my student's cloak from the last time I was here.
I need
I also want-
disguise. Nice.
I also want to unattune from the Infiltrator's Key and the Harmonious Hourglass and attune to Agden's Brand and the Staff of Fate.
Okay.
Now, I had a question about the staff. What size is it? Is it a full-size staff? Is it a...
Yeah, it's a full-size quarterstaff.
Okay. So basically I would have to tie it around my back or something.
Use a walking cane.
Well, that would, I would want to have my hands freed up. That was my question of wielding it, whether I need to have it on my person, but could I do that? Could I tie it? I mean, my whole purpose was to,
I gave it 100 gold pieces.
Keep them up.
Heimdall doesn't know that I have
I
it.
know it's like
Nobody knows that I have it.
I have 100
So my whole thing was to disguise it so that he didn't know that I had it and that it was affecting me.
I'm totally safe here. No one knows that I have this.
Right, that's why I asked what the,
I
You
know.
could probably wrap it up mostly in a cloak and like tie it to your back or something.
Okay, I will do that.
Hey,
Yeah.
using the Gandalf gambit. It's just a cane. My walking stick.
You would deprive an old
3
man.
times taller than you. So.
It's helping as a third leg.
You would deprive an old man of his magical walking.
It keep my back straight. It's a back brace.
Yeah. Who else is going to town?
Town. I'm for town.
I'm
You for
resting.
town?
I'm resting.
Oh, it's all. You going to town?
I was thinking about that. Sure.
3 for town?
Yeah, go for it.
You're not coming to town?
I am, yeah.
I'm making
You're
camp.
not.
I'm making camp for
To
everybody.
calculate
Yeah, I'm resting. I need
the
it.
damage bonus,
Yes.
it's your strength or dex plus the bonus of the weapon.
So I'm assuming the person who made this town is named Garth.
No, it's Wayne.
Ah. It looks like Bax Fair and Garth.
What are you 3 doing once you enter town?
Would I remember a really high level magic shot?
the cottage itself has a magical
You don't use shield, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Use a shield?
Yes.
Cool.
I say we head there.
Because that's why I have that the height, AC as high as it is.
I have a shield that you don't want then.
How long did
I
we
gave you
travel?
my flat energy shield.
Okay.
Because you wanted it.
5-6
Yeah.
hours.
If you don't want it, I'll take it.
I do not want
That
that.
wasn't
I will
enough
take
to
My
rest.
great sword's two-handed. Otherwise, I would totally.
Vincent, that wasn't enough for you to rest?
What?
5 or 6 hours?
Yeah, I could have rested during that.
That's
That's
a-
not. That's not.
That's a full rest. 6 hours is full rest.
I thought it
Oh,
was 8. Yeah, I thought it was 8 hours.
Is it?
Yeah, it's 8. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna rest during
Boo.
that. and continue
Okay,
resting.
alright, gotcha.
Especially on a moving cart.
Yeah.
A car. With people in there with you, sitting on you.
Shag rug's so good, but I can only do so much.
Farting. On shits and pants.
Don Snorleon.
Yes.
Alright. You three head on to the magic shop.
Yeah, lead the way. Although, make us mind our step. Because you've been here.
Yeah.
before. And we have not.
Garthrum.
Yeah, he was the only one who made it here.
Yeah, and snuck around and saw some really good people here.
And still diverted last time I was here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
did.
they were in the conservatory. That's where they went.
Chris, what's your passive perception?
17.
I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Where is Chris at? And
At the camp.
So he's not with me then. Nope. That sucks.
Suddenly, a powder just ends up in your face.
So I'm gonna lucky that. So I get one day. That's better. I'm also going to. I'm gonna flash a genius that and make it back up to 17.
17.
Yes. Baha!
Okay.
Would I hear a thunk?
You're asleep.
Yeah, you're asleep.
You're resting.
You three, you're at the magic shop. Welcome.
I think Heimdall found us.
Oh.
What can I get for you?
Alright, so I should knock off my lucky.
I need various scrolls that can be used for disposable purposes to defend against magic users, as it were. I need counter spells and possibly anti-magic, animate objects.
Silence.
I have a line of
Yes.
silence.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's
but
true.
my guess is you're going to be either dead or captured.
We're both like captured.
That's me.
Yeah, animate objects, possibly even summoning or polymorphing things. That's what I'm after. At high levels of certitude of use, that they will be exceedingly well-crafted spells. Highest order of magic.
Passive with 17. So 17, I can do a
That's
passive with
what
17.
I'm after, my good man.
Strong
I
stuff.
have,
Yeah.
have
Mine-
some
mine's
money
supposed
to
to
give
be
towards that,
18.
of course.
Most of what you're asking for could easily be done. Some of it might have to be requisitioned to be made. But we can certainly get that started for you.
All right. Approximately how much would it cost to have scrolls of counterspell at the highest level of magnitude?
It'd be about 900 gold pieces.
Each? I have some.
Sure you don't want to buy a
The
hundred?
base ruling is 100
Just
gold
stop.
per spell level.
Makes sense.
Morgan, we're covered. If you want to get a couple.
It's cheaper than what you have to pay for Heimdall.
And of course, these 9th level ones will take probably a day to get screwed up for you. But
Now I have a question about how the counterspell works. So let us say that a being is capable of sending a spell of this 9th order magnitude at us, and I have a counter spell of 9th order magnitude. They cancel one another. Is that how it works?
Yes.
10th level. Counter spell.
And yeah. And if I had an 8th level or a 7th, it would have a difficult time doing it.
It would, yes. It would be a challenge upon both users to see who could provide more power to the spell.
I see. Possibly 2.
And what ability score do you use to?
It depends upon your girth.
With your port chalice, I am sure you will be a well-protected girth.
Do I
And
detect a +6 girth?
I never
It's not a Kugath level of girth, but it's
Fine.
girth.
It's +6 3/4.
6 and 3. I had a moon elf here with a band with a couple people who kept going off about his girth.
here's the textiles measuring tape. Let me know.
Said "oh" a lot. Had a gravy poured on him.
Oh my.
Few people could compete with his girth.
He seemed to be compensating for something,
Animate
though.
object. The spell animate object.
Well, I believe that is a 5th.
Can we get a bulk?
5th, you said? It's a 5th?
Can we get a bulk discount?
Right now.
I'm hoping.
No.
We haven't even rolled yet.
Well, it's a 5th level spell. So 500. You
I tried to buy it
can
from
get it at
somewhere.
higher levels if you wish to do so.
When I tried to buy it from somewhere, it was 350.
You're not there.
What?
I know.
He's psychically projecting it.
I don't understand. It is simply wakes up some things to
Upon
fly
more
around.
magic being poured into it, more objects could be in.
Ah, I see. I think the simple idea of the spell at whatever it starts out as is fine. If we just had multiple rather than more at that level, that would suffice. Anti-magic, the effect a beholder might have upon someone.
That would be of the 8th level of power. So 800. There is a student discount, however. Are you a student?
Yes.
Do you have do you have your papers?
Unfortunately, no, I do not. I am sorry.
Can you give me your student number?
3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's the same as my son.
359-627.
I'll make up a number.
Give me a deception check.
What I did? 359-6.
What
I've got some.
765-62.
Okay, there's polymorph and there's true polymorph. I know true polymorph is 9.
13.
I'm not seeing that one here.
I can't remember the professor's name. I looked through all my stuff.
Oh, when you came here and
Yes.
you
Yes,
put
and I
yourself
posed
together
as a
using the
student.
guys?
Yes. I can't remember his name.
Wow. Certainly isn't Figglewile. But I want to say that you used his name to get in the door. I was an apprentice of Figglewile or something along that line.
I want to roll it down because I haven't. I didn't.
No, that's fine. I get it too. I'm just saying that I'm trying to get some
Yeah.
remembrance going.
My guess is without a student number, I'm not going to be able to get a discount.
Probably not. It's always a nice point, but no, sorry.
Master
I mean-
Biggleweth would not appreciate that.
A new
I will drop his name.
A new student.
I'm just being ridiculous.
A new student.
Now, there's polymorph, which changes you into the thing for a little while.
You
There's
should
true
buy one.
polymorph, which makes you
might
the
remember,
thing
but
for
should
length
have a
of
fresh
time
number,
period,
though.
and it can be
They probably have
almost
papers
anything,
in their
correct,
body
with the true polymorph.
True polymorph can turn you into a dragon or whatever.
Right, it can turn
And it's
you into,
forever, right?
Right. And you can deny it away and it goes finally. Otherwise you can,
I think you have to recast the spell.
in order to become you
To turn
again,
back, yeah.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah, that's what it's called, true polymorph.
Yeah.
So if you become a
Yeah,
dragon,
I don't want to get it if I were to cast it upon me or somebody else, I wouldn't want to get locked into it. Possibly. So I thought,
Oh, okay, no, I'm definitely not correct. That must have been an older version. It only lasts an hour.
true
Oh,
polymorph?
yeah.
Really?
But the
you
thing
can't
of it is
be-
you could turn into whatever.
Yeah.
The
I was
challenge
gonna
rating
do
is equal to or
Pokemon.
less than whatever you are.
Equal
So
to
like
or
you could be
less.
like an ancient black dragon.
Right. So you can only turn into something as powerful as your level.
Now that's something I didn't know.
So you take half your age plus 7.
Oh, then you couldn't transform into some of these challenge rating 26 things. You couldn't do that ever, actually, right?
Anything above challenge rating 20. I mean, if you were level 20, you
Right.
could turn into like something.
Oh man,
You
I,
can turn
I
into
wanted to turn into
Damn.
Tiamat.
You
No,
you
no,
can
there
turn
was
into
a-
Tarrasque or something.
No, there's a thing called a Marat that I would want to turn into. It's a challenge rating 26 thing. It's can give a person a real beat down. Really,
How do you say
really.
that?
Marat, M-A-R-U-T. It's a challenge rating 26 thing. It's from
You
Mechanicus.
can also turn objects into creatures, and creatures into objects.
M-A-R-U-T.
M-A-R-U-T, Marat. It's this clockwork thing with a big eyeball on its chest. Like I said, it can give you a hell of a beat down.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
really not as powerful as the old editions was.
That's weird.
It isn't really then with that with a limiter on it. I didn't know that there was a limiter. Yeah, I guess the new yeah. Okay, a couple of scrolls of polymorph.
500?
So suddenly behind Morgan is the Bank of Stefanica Incorporated.
No,
Something
I
he just
actually-
made up.
I
He just
actually
made
have-
a.
no, hang on. I actually came here with a fair amount of money. Now, if I were to ask for everything that I'm on here, I will be in the negative. So I'm going to run this past him to Penny. What?
I just need you to sign here, here, and here.
Yeah. Okay, polymorph summoning. How I don't actually know how the most part because there's
There's a few
there's
different
summoning.
ones.
Yeah. And then is it similar to polymorph in that you summon it and it shows up as the thing that you're trying to summon? So I go, give me an earth elemental summoning scroll, and it brings me an earth elemental just like that, right?
Yeah,
Or
you
is
have to
there-
concentrate on it though to keep it
Okay.
under your control.
That's fine.
Yeah. There's a few different ones. If you're looking at, I'll go high to low a little bit here. There is Conjure Celestial, Summon Fiend, Planar Ally.
Now his sword has planar ally on it. How high up the chain of planar allies are we talking? Because
It's a 5th level spell.
Planar Ally is a strong, it's a
Ninth
6th
level?
level spell.
6th level.
It's a strong one. It is actually based upon whatever being you're beseeching, which you could beseech Trictarian for aid, and he'll send you
Yeah.
one of his like strongest angels, which would
Mhm.
probably be a Solar.
I mean, also if Ethan wants to be really cool, Trictarian has hounds,
ooh,
and
Right.
part of what makes Trictarian a bitch to face is that he can summon like all kinds of different things.
ooh, I like that.
because I think it was 2E. I think is when Trictarian came out with Greyhawk.
Sure. Yeah, yeah,
That's when like his whole thing came out,
yeah.
and like that was one of the things about him was he can summon like hounds and all sorts of things.
Very cool. That lesser planar or the planar ally sounds reasonably good, particularly if.
Normally, you have to pay the thing though to work for you.
How so? There's a cost.
Yeah.
Like gold or
Yeah, average
spirit
payment
or...
worth 100 gold per minute.
Oh. As opposed to summons, which is show up, do the thing I ask you to do, and then get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, summons is sounding good. Okay, now how does summons work on order of magnitude then? So let's say
Celestial Dragon.
Summon Celestial
I
would
told
be
you
the
about that.
higher one. But depending on how high level spell you're casting at, you get a stronger creature. Which, honestly, summoning's pretty weak in 5th edition too.
damn.
Which you might have to fix for next game, but at 9th level, you can summon a creature of challenge rating 5 or lower.
5?
Isn't that like a goblin or something?
Well,
No,
it'd be
goblins
bigger
are
than
quarter.
that. Yeah,
Quarter.
it'd be a lot bigger than that, but still. Wow. See, I was hoping that this, to an extent, would say I would like a
Now they did
16
make
hit die Earth Elemental kind of thing.
They made a different version that I liked a little bit better, but it's still not super strong. It's called Summon Celestial, and it gives a stat block, which makes it to where the higher level spells cast, it increases certain aspects of the stat block. So like if you had Summon Celestial at 9th level, you're looking at it would still only have 90 hit points. But its AC would be 23, and whenever it rolls to attack would be your spell attack modifier with the summoner.
Okay. Huh.
And damage is increased with spell level 2.
Okay. Actually, I thought these things were a bit more powerful than that. So what would it? Okay. Then what I'm looking at then is there anything then that could summon a swarm or a host of something that's a little bit more to deal with, possibly, than just a single thing? I mean, a swarm would be a single thing, but it's also different.
Some of them say like you can summon up to that challenge rating of things, so I'll probably go with that for any of them.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
if you can do 5 and divide it however way you would like, something like that.
Oh,
So he could
okay.
do, like, 5
Because that's
bugbears.
what I would think is if I could do that, then I could break it up into pieces and say now there's multiple things.
Right.
That's actually more appropriate to what I'm thinking. Is many things. So what's a summon celestial? What's just the base summon celestial?
Do you want the one with the stat block or the one with the challenge rating?
Challenge rating. Which one's the lesser of the two? I'm sorry, that's really what it comes down
The
to.
lesser of the two is the one that you summon 1 and it's going to have a stat block. Which that one's 5th level.
And the challenge rating then?
7th. Which
Okay.
it starts at challenge rating 4.
Okay, so 7th. Okay, I'm gonna do the summon celestial. I'm gonna write that down as one of them at 700, just to see if that's something that we do. And then just summon whatever to challenge rating 5, and I can break that into pieces.
Yeah, if you do 5, it's a 9th level spell.
That's
so.
a summon being, summon monster.
Conjure Celestial is what it's called.
Oh, okay. Is that what the other one is too?
The other one's Summon Celestial.
Oh, okay, okay.
Do you have the card that Ethan gave you?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm assuming that Stefanica comes up to you to you do his little
that's
size
it?
little contract
Yeah,
for
it
his
doesn't
debt. I
look
can only
like
imagine this will be the thing that that says as you're doing it.
Head. Your new name can be anything.
Yeah.
Maybe you're the first time I ever looked at their dinner.
You see this? There's a show called the. I like that. As soon as you'll sign here and just hear the rules. He uses his haste on his. Show called The Digital Circus. Have you heard of it?
No.
I really recommend it. It's really good. It's only it just got a second episode. That was a Patreon thing. It's a pretty self-aware little show.
You seen Hell of a Boss?
It's in that same vein of that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Basically, it's you're trapped in this like fantasy carnival realm, and one of the it starts off with like a almost like a Muppets kind of intro where everyone's introducing themselves, and suddenly one of the new main character pops in, and she was just trying to join a virtual chat, and it actually just sucked her in, and now she's trapped there.
Okay. Getting 2 9th level counter spells, 2 animate objects, 1 anti-magic, 2 polymorphs, a summon celestial, and a conjure celestial. That's 4,200 gold pieces. It's 4,200. Now, I think, and don't get me wrong, I have a real pile of all of this money, and I don't have all of it, but I have a bunch of it.
Yeah, how many coins are a Dragon Hydra?
This is a big if. It's asking to spend a whole lot of money on a big if. Just putting that out there. I know we've talked about this, but I mean, it's a big if.
You know, I used to know a guy that had what he called the 6P rule. And it was proper planning prevents piss poor performance. I don't think it would hurt us to plan.
I don't think so either.
And there's nothing to say that we won't find an opportunity to use these things at some point.
I believe that's correct. Even if this Heimdall materializes to be the villain that he says, and we face him and defeat him, let's just say, or we pay him off, whatever it is, there's still the next fight. Would you be prepared to enter 1,200 gold pieces to this, or should we see if we can?
I have a list too.
I apologize, my friend.
No,
of
that's
course.
okay.
I can certainly supply quite a bit of this, but not all.
I mean, granted, like I said, we can use them in other situations of this.
I'm talking
You
about-
three might be able to use the situations. It sounds like me, Hermari, and Celtron might be in a little bit of deep shit.
You were the one who's knocked out. I'm just asleep.
In the car, right next to me. With Amari's mirror.
You have a Mars mirror.
Are you two done shopping
You
then?
took it back, remember, to get this skull.
I'll give it back to
If
you.
this goes right and his
Oh,
goes
okay.
right, this
Either
is
way.
all I'm after.
Okay.
He's not going to leave you
few
sleeping in
other-
that car.
A few other measures.
God, I hope the car's still alright. I just got done painting it.
You're worried about the car.
There's one thing I'm
More than you. You know how much money I spent on the damn thing?
I don't care if you worry about me. You're not worried about yourself.
No, it's just
If I die, I'm stuck. I can just be brought back from the armor.
Hey Mark, how hard is it to find a
Yeah,
token?
I get sucked into the armor if I die.
Oh, so you've got necromancy on you.
I don't know.
Mind shielding ring acts as a storage device for my soul.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
You came with us? Yeah, that's
Well, you guys are doing a thing.
Yeah, that's fine. I've got prices on the things that I'm after, so looks like somebody else is after a few things too. So yeah, it's time.
by good cloak, what do you mean? Good cloak?
Not necessarily one that I need to attune to, but if they have something that's magical, I mean, something to help camouflage, because I can't wear my elven cloak anymore. So, but if not, that's fine.
What about the cloak of many fashions?
If he wants that, I'll give it to you. I have that.
Oh, Chris.
I never use it.
Cloak of villain.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes.
Let's see if I can get a chance to use them.
Maybe just forget about that, and I'll go to a clothier or something. And,
Most cloaks require attunement.
right. That's
That's it.
And you need 1,200.
Yeah.
Banker Stefano.
No.
Gets you the money for a price.
Stefano stocks.
It's a savings and loan. Get it right.
10 feet.
March this dollar into the bank and then go have our time with
10
that
feet on the
angel
map
on the bridge.
is 2 squares, right? So if I'm in front of a creature,
A platinum
that's
piece
the size,
is 1,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
that's the size of a human, and Chris is behind it, would that be 10 feet?
To Chris.
Yeah. Cool.
Now, is there any wiggle room, haggling space in this? I shouldn't be doing it.
I can do it.
I shouldn't be. That's all I'm saying is it shouldn't be me. Every time I roll perception or otherwise, it goes really poorly.
I don't necessarily want to be deceitful with this gentleman, but I do have a few objects I might be willing to trade in form of payment.
They are.
Yeah. Shoot. We were supposed to figure out those rings on the way here. Fuck. Well, we're here. we need to spend time doing that. Figure out how those damn rings work.
First weapon was either sleeping powder or instant poison.
They got knocked out.
Definitely sleeping powder.
You're not sure you want to part with these?
The things that we need are important.
You can take off 6,000 for this.
That's all of it on my end. Plus some.
You can do the legendaries.
So 6,000, and you're paying how much for your
I was going to
stuff?
put in 3.
So the total. So your total was 42.
Yeah.
Okay. And mine was 31. So that's 7,300 minus 6,000. I will give him 1,300 gold pieces.
What about my 3,000?
That's part of it.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You see, you gave me 6,000 for those items.
Yeah.
Our total was 7,300.
Yeah, but you had to. So he hasn't given any money then. You can.
Yes. Yes.
No. No. You,
His was
you're saying-
4,200.
Yeah.
Mine was 3,100.
If he's paying you 6,000.
He's paying me 6,000.
Yeah.
The remainder is 1,300,
1,300.
which you're giving him 1,300
Right.
on top of the 6,000 in trade. That would mean you didn't take any money from me.
Yeah, you could pay the 1,300 then.
Okay.
I'll gladly do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 1,300
Cool.
straight up. 13. Okay.
Yeah, I can't put this until I get my next slot, so I'll have to reconfigure
I think I
anyways.
know a woman who might use this tool.
Big burly girl, loves to punch things. So she's got a hard on for a guy with a red pompadour.
Red pompadour.
Yeah.
Wants to give him a good fisting.
Do you have a cloak of displacement?
Displacement? Let me check. I do actually.
13. So
Sell it for 1,200 gold pieces.
1,200? 2. Is there a way we can meet in the middle of 9?
Persuasion check.
9d20.
Are you a student here?
Yes, roll deception at the same time.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah.
It almost worked for Harvey Korman in Blazing Saddles.
28.
That's Headley.
You're kind of a bit old for us, dude.
Hit pot at 1,000.
1,000? Okay. That'll work. I hand you a platinum piece.
Bites it. Like 2.
Why do I keep doing that?
Why don't we have good dental around here?
I still have that Robo Supreme Leisure. I don't want
Well, thank you.
It's a cursed item. I won't get a whole lot for it.
Well, he doesn't know it's cursed.
I'm sure he'll find
I'm
out.
sure he'll probably find it out.
He doesn't know it.
You know about curses.
Um,
Nothing. Some room. I'm just
I
gonna
don't
sell
know
crap.
shit about curses.
So how much of me is going to think I'm going to be left hanging from a tree?
How many gems?
You have
How many
a
gems were on
sword.
my necklace? of
I'll
fire?
shave my head, isn't it?
This
You can use a purple sword though, can't
You have
you?
a long sword?
Yes.
8.
Ooh. You can use it, right?
Okay.
Probably.
Wow, I
You're
still
not
have
really
2
close
left.
combat though.
No.
Unless I have to. I did with the
He's
that
got a
fire.
gimmick around it with his myth breaker thing, right?
Yeah. That and steel, swift and strike.
Okay. You can use long swords, right? I have a purple sword.
I would keep a hold of it.
Yeah, definitely hold on to it.
Yes.
Well, I have a great sword I'm attuned to, right? So I'd have to deattune to that, or attune to that, and then attune to the Vorpal sword.
You have to attune to Vorpal swords?
Yeah.
It's powerful.
I can't use it.
You can't?
Well, I could, but I have other things that I would
That's
do
true.
to.
That's true.
Let's hold on to it.
What we need
Yes,
is
hold on to
a
it.
I'm gonna sell
fighter
it.
hireling. We need a fighter hireling.
At some
to come with
point,
us and use the
take
sword.
dual wield.
Just flank and use the sword.
Yeah, it's not hard to figure.
Well, see, I was
Flank
gonna-
them,
I was gonna
flank!
The thing about dual wielders, you have to lose your shield.
Well, I already lost my shield,
That's a roll
right?
20, isn't it?
Because I had to do
But
it.
imagine having that and you're walking.
That's true.
What do we pay you for?
Here it is. When you score a critical hit with a melee weapon, or reduce a creature to 0 hit points with a critical hit, you can make one melee weapon attack as a bonus action. And then before you make
Oh
a
my
melee
gosh.
attack, you can take a -5 penalty to the attack roll. And if it hits, you have +10 to the attack damage.
That's a good
It's either
Yeah.
Heimdall or that orc that
No, there
I
could be
failed to kill.
there could be tons.
So.
An orc of that level having that, I don't buy it.
Having what?
Having a thing that can surpass 18 Constitution on that orc? No. Heimdall, yes, but
Are we done?
He's got potions and
Oh, yeah,
poisons
he's
that can go
specialized.
beyond 17.
yes, but not
That
so
one long scarf is actually alive.
Not-
He never died.
I mean, not a grunt orc though.
No, I don't expect anybody.
But we're in an area with a lot of people that hate
A
us.
lot.
A lot.
We're on a continent. We're in a lot of people.
We're on a planet. We're a lot of people.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's okay.
And for us to not detect this person, especially him, not to
Well,
Or
I
me.
mean, I've got a thing that sees invisible,
Yeah, so-
ethereal, whatever. They're not true, but oh, well, that's an interesting question. Could this thing be augmented to see truly,
To augment an item is difficult.
as
It's
opposed to
expensive.
remaking one?
Meaning, it might be slightly cheaper than making a new one, but not by a lot.
Maybe a gem of true seed.
I've been trying to get us one. That's what I wanted to get here.
Well, I'm thinking about it.
I was
With our
looking-
last encounter, I'm really thinking about it anyways. And we are here at a place of great magic.
I was going to. I forgot to ask you guys to get. I was wanting you guys to get.
That's
one.
okay. That's okay. It's been on my mind anyways. That's why I brought
I
it up.
it was on my list.
Okay. My Friend,
I'll pay for that.
would you be able to augment this, or I must be able to seek someone out of greater potency? Or are you up to the challenge?
I have amazing.
You see my girl?
You are at McGurth's Magic Shop. What do you think we do here?
McGurth's magic.
Zip, thump. What do you think?
Present the
Quality items based on girth.
Good
right?
old.
So you wish it to be Jim of Trucing,
Indeed. That way we see plainly.
Well, it has to be inserted rectally.
Ah, cleric magic. Yes, very used to it.
I could perform it. It would take some time, probably a few days. But I could do this.
Be in the area. I mean,
Or
Yeah,
not.
but will we still be alive?
For about
sure.
4,500 rupees.
Ah, it will have to be another day, but I do appreciate it. And I will take your business card. You may put your mushroom stamp right there. Done. All right.
I don't know when we invented zippers.
Magic shop.
McGurth's magic.
We got zippers about the time they invented.
Technology, man.
There you go.
In about a year.
Before that, we were just using Velcro.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, use a rope.
Nice, yes. I don't believe I have any other business. No. I am conscious. Oh, I need another staff of flowers. You have a staff of flowers.
Let me check. He just looks over at a bin full of.
Full sun.
Just big old.
No discount for all that we've spent to this point?
50 gold.
52 gold. Okay.
Are you a student? Yeah.
Yes, totally. Look at him.
He's definitely a student.
Yeah, just don't look under the veil.
Roll for a deception check. No.
Just definitely do not look under that veil.
What head coverings do you wear?
I am armored from head to toe.
Okay.
I have
And plate,
a
right?
scale, but I have a helmet that has an entire face plate to it. Oh, yeah. That's my helmet.
Meanwhile.
For the crown?
Yeah.
That's badass.
It's that's my shield, and that's my helmet.
So now are you done, Chuck?
I believe so.
Meanwhile,
I got the ray.
you wake suddenly as you get hit across the face with what felt like a whip.
Ow!
Oh.
Why? What the hell?
Wakey.
What's you?
You are currently shackled,
Yeah.
but you're not sure where you're at. It's a pretty dark room.
Wait, do I have dark vision?
Look, I'm not into the
Are
bondage
you
stuff,
there
man.
too?
Yes.
Yeah, both of you are there.
I have dark vision.
It's still a dark room.
Magical darkness, potentially. Look, I'm not all into the whole bondage thing.
But you have to kill my bird.
I didn't kill anybody. Wait. Oh, shit.
Oh,
First off, that was
You don't see
Kugat.
him, you just hear him.
that was not me. I had nothing to
We
do
went
with
to
that.
see Kugat, and your bird suddenly shriveled up and died.
Yeah, let's figure that'd be part of
I had nothing to do with it. If I had known he was the one that was going to happen to him, I would not have brought him in. And if you've seen through it, you would have known. You know that well enough that I was not mistreating the bird. I mean, look at this bottom.
That's why I keep my mouth shut.
That's what I thought you couldn't, because you couldn't sing and everything. That's how you get us attacked.
I'm gonna give your friends one last chance to pay up.
Do we look like we have the money?
Certainly look like it as you were launching into town.
That was those guys. We don't have money.
Giant money purses, ching ching.
Do I look like,
143 gold pieces.
do I
that's
look
what
like
I
I have any money?
You want 143 gold pieces because that's what I have.
Oh, I already have that.
Oh, so then you know we don't have the money.
You don't.
Well, you do
I don't either.
Yeah, hopefully they can get it soon.
All of this is being heard from a dark room, correct? They're just hearing this in a dark room. Okay.
Okay, so you're Homebrow.
Yes.
Who got to said you were dead?
So are you the faker who's posing at him, or are you the real deal?
No fake.
Uh-huh.
Who
You seem to be overcompensating.
who got said you're dead?
Maybe taking 2 hit points off for here.
He's not being lethal about it, but it is hurting.
Alright, well, he's asking. Can you at least tell us who
Can
sent
be
you?
lethal with the whip?
Was it Hail
Oh, yeah, it
Helsing
comes with
or
lethal damage.
Horkesh?
It's not
Yeah,
much.
who sent you?
The whip is like.
I mean, you're going to kill us anyway, so what's the point of hiding it?
It's not much, but there's other aspects
Well, I
to
get
it.
more money if I take you to him.
You can kind of use it like a
That's not
bolo,
pleasant.
if I remember correctly, or you used to. Kind of trip somebody up.
You in particular.
It's got a.
Yeah.
Ah, I'll send
It's gonna
you.
kill the
It
other.
doesn't do
Well,
much,
I mean,
but it does.
Horkesh probably doesn't like me either after our conversation, but I
I
would
mean, I
have to
guess they
say
would whip
he's
people like that
Helsing.
back in the day. So
Right.
like,
I'll talk to you all soon.
I have to pee! Well,
So now what? Wherever you are, serious.
I'm thinking of an object that starts with S.
You get the feeling that your armor is not working at the moment.
Yeah. I also feel incredibly heavy. In fact, I don't feel like a lot of things are working right now.
I'm sure you'd feel heavy. I'd be sad too.
Does that mean that he doesn't feel like his connection to magic energies?
What about my ring?
Nah.
Wow, it must be powerful if it can affect that.
Better not get caught.
The question is, where could he have gotten us that quickly?
My friend, you only need to look at the person next to you to understand it could be anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally anywhere.
But what else are you doing in town?
Well, quite honestly, the next thing that I wanted to know was for him to point out the couple of locations that you were at when you had seen the Borkesh and the people of this town, because there's a possibility that we see them, not see them, at least know the locations.
The place I remember was at the conservatory, and at one time they were heading into the grove over that bridge. That's the times I remember.
I spy with my little eyes.
Day
And
not.
it begins with
Grove.
D.
Yeah, Meyer knows day now.
What? Darkness?
Damn. It'll take a while.
Aren't we close to that Mosswood individual in his encampment of circusness that he has? Are we
Yes, right on the other side of the lake.
Is that right?
I wonder how the others are doing.
I do have an envelope.
Better than we are, apparently.
Probably.
But he may not come. Last time we really
There's a
peeved
slow
him.
drip of water
Ah, is that
on your
correct?
forehead the whole time.
Does that
About the
happen to be your
rocket.
stem?
Are you sure it's? Are you
Oh,
sure it's
God.
water?
The serious soul.
Oh,
Oh god, that
oh
waterboarding.
yes,
This stuff
you mentioned
sucks.
you
Not
regaled
water-
me with the
water
tale of
torture.
the rock.
Chinese piss torture.
Yeah, Chinese water.
You regaled me with the story of that rock, and that Mr. Mosswood was not happy
cold
because
pee.
it had something to do with his druids raising this. Was that correct? He had
Are our
some...
eyes adjusting over
Ah,
time?
okay, I see. That's right.
Magical, must be a magical darkness.
I'm actually curious about this town. I mean, is there every stripe of individual here? You know, from brooding, horrible, necrotic
Oh, well.
zombie folk practically wandering around to highfalutin, all about themselves. I don't know. It just feels like this place might suit the tastes of everyone, so to speak.
A little bit. I mean, you don't really see like necromancy being practiced.
Well, I'm not expecting it to be, but at the same time, I'm also, if this is a college town and they're doling out information, not necessarily to who or to what the purpose of it's going to be. That's
Yeah, but
you're
you
kind of
can
going to see a lot of all
kinds-
stripes.
Yeah, all kinds of people. And most of them are wearing clothes similar to what Strongfield's wearing.
Ah,
How are we being strung up? Are we hanging like this, or
Hanging,
now? How much of us are tied up? Just the hands?
just saying. See?
Is it hot?
Can I get any momentum going?
Are there screams in the background?
I mean, you can like
pleasurable
put your feet on the wall a little bit.
A pleasurable
Kick
moment.
kind of it, but your strength's so low.
Can I do that?
Your streak's not much better than mine.
is it?
It's a 10.
Yeah, not much.
I'm going to see what I can do about. Can I see this where this here attached to on the ceiling? And I'm going to see what I can
I
do.
feel like it's more attached to the wall behind you.
Okay, so that's not going to be any good. I'll try to see if I can get some momentum off the wall. The string for it. 5.
My ankle.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to test the bonds to see how we're situated here. Like wiggle us free or try to break something. Better than sitting around doing nothing.
What else are we gonna do?
You're bored. Sing. I mean, it's bad, but you know.
Can you do cunning words on the shackles?
I don't think so.
Cutting chain words.
Use
on the
vicious
shackles.
mockery on it. Make it just feel bad about itself.
Lowered self-esteem.
I would be more concerned, personally.
I call this spell
What else am I gonna do?
I
grinder.
understand.
So I'm trying to figure out what is the mechanism holding up. I'm trying to get an idea of what we're looking at here. Can you use any magic? Can you use any cantrips?
This verbal components only. Or verbal only.
Because my suit's turned off, so I'm going to assume I can't use my firebolt or anything.
Can't use Thunderwave.
Try any
Use
spell,
pitch or
see if it
something.
works. The likelihood is
Shit
no, because
pants.
I asked if you have a disconnect to magic, your magic source, and he said yes. But you could try. The worst thing that happens is nothing.
But what's your magic source?
My instruments.
Music.
Well, that may be a
Art.
focus, but there's, my aspect of me comes from Lathander. If I lost that aspect, I couldn't cast the spells.
Right.
Okay, so if he's lost it,
So
he
what's
may
a-
have. What?
Sorry, I just
No,
got
that's-
more question. Like, where's Bard's magic come from?
Arcane magic in general comes from
The sea of the ethereal sea or astral sea.
more or less, yeah.
There where all magic comes from? Or like would my magic come from a god?
Your magic comes from God.
Okay.
Arcane magic comes from more astral sea and the ethereal plane.
Okay.
Drawing upon that energy.
The other dimension that's at war.
Okay, serious, where are you?
I'm literally right next to you.
Magic.
Is he? Can I hear him right next to me?
Those are fun.
Sounds like
I try to cast fireball like down at the floor.
Fireball or
Can you-
firebolt?
takes your hands to
Fire.
cast fireball.
I didn't mean fireball. I meant firebolt.
Still hands.
Takes your hands to cast fireball.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to do something that's spoken.
You might just point a finger
try-
towards the ground.
Spoken only spells, which I'm sure you probably still have one or two of.
I think this was mocker. You can mock him. He dragged me into this.
No, he dragged me.
This
into
is all your
Yeah,
fault,
yeah.
you redheaded freak.
Can I cast vicious mockery on him?
Why?
Was it a Rick and Morty reference,
Why
Ethan?
would you do that? Just,
What am I gonna cast it on the
I,
floor?
I'm just saying.
See,
try
see,
to
it
cast magic to see if whatever it is, anything.
It doesn't work.
Okay.
There you go.
So I probably need my tool of my right tool for the job, and it won't work either. Can I get a feel of anything with my hands? Anything with my hands?
I mean, the way that they are, you can kind of feel the shackle a little bit, but it's just you don't feel any lock or anything.
It probably means an alchemy jar probably wouldn't work with it. I'd have to assume it's
If you even have it.
My question to you is your suit magical in all of its
bag and stuff
quote
is
unquote
not.
magical in all the
They
aspects
took
that
my
it
rock.
is?
Took
Is that
my
correct?
my vocal badge off?
That's what I'm saying. All of your suit is quote magical, right? So anything that it does,
yeah.
if you say get me a welding torch, that's not a mechanical thing. It is a magical thing.
According
Correct?
to the game rules, yes.
Okay, that's all I
Because
know.
I had to rebuild
So
my
I'm curious.
suit. I had to rebuild my suit based off the technology of this world.
That's
So,
fine. I was just
So
curious.
you had to be like astral magic.
For the most part.
I mean, because if you could say RoboCop, a handgun out
That's
of
why I
my
was
leg, that's mechanical.
That's what I was trying to do. Right tool for the job. That's why I tried asking about right tool for the job.
Okay.
Go gadget freedom pants.
Right, exactly. You know.
Go gadget skeleton key. Sweet.
Yes.
Yep. Handcuff
Just
keys.
some of the skeletons.
Start dealing after.
Well,
I'm beyond
I
seeing the
posted
sights of this
Goldenberg
place
was
to a
a
certain
idea.
extent and understanding from your point of view.
I
what you had
didn't
seen
do it.
that
You get
so much
suggestions.
time ago.
Did
And
I
then
do
just
it? No.
Kind of
You were planning on it.
you know, getting a sense
Did I
of the
do
place.
it? No.
I don't know what else to say. I mean, I suppose we could go back to the thing, but at the same time, it's kind of a why. I mean, we could get dinner here. We could go
Yeah.
to an inn. We could.
Spend as much time away from figuring out what's happening as possible.
Well, it's the whole idea again.
Do I have like?
We don't know any of
Yeah.
it happened.
What
We
I
can
might
say,
spell slots,
"Oh,
but
we
I
got to get
shut
running back to
stuff.
that car."
Right.
But why?
Right.
Yeah, there's no reason to come back.
There's no reason to come back. You haven't called. No alarm went off. Nothing to say that we should go.
Yeah, you
running
have no
back.
idea what to work for.
That's exactly it. So I'm saying, I'd stop by inns. I'd be looking out for people. You said that there were people that we'd actually seen here.
Yeah.
You want to look around town?
Yeah.
Sure.
around town.
Yeah.
What's that from?
Swinging around.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's SpongeBob.
Okay.
He's just standing there.
Menacingly.
We could even go to the conservatory.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
I do all that stuff. I mean,
Whatever it is, just to get away from the main storyline. We can do that.
just to get away from our friends and whatever's happening with them. Blah.
It's gonna be a pretty woman.
I'll hold the hands, just skipping merrily down.
Damn, we should have fell asleep.
I can't see me loving nobody but you for my life.
Oh God, please stop.
That's a great song.
Yeah.
Oh, please stop
By the
singing.
Turtles.
I'm walking on sunshine.
Ah!
I feel good.
Help!
You could sing songs.
There is one person you guys would see walking down the street that you would recognize.
Oh God, we won't like that.
Is it
They
Iron
won't-
Doll?
Looks like this. Look at that.
It's one of the people that do
Yeah,
the
that's
investigation.
Professor Thornhart.
yes.
He was the guy that's checking out the gate
Huh?
that led to the heart.
From like a year ago.
Holy
more than that.
shit.
Have I really been playing you guys for 2 years now?
It's been a while. We're on episode like 68 or something like that. Almost 70.
That guy goes all the way back to then, huh?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Remember, because there was a giant or
Well,
something?
that would be Meyer, but no, I don't remember it.
Yeah.
precisely.
So technically he would remember, but he's not the
he
only
definitely
one.
would, Yeah.
Where
Oh,
was
yeah.
he from? Oh yeah.
Would I know? I'd have to.
Yes, you would probably have been. Yes,
have
yes,
to.
you were there. Those two wouldn't know him.
That's
No.
not with them too. Why does he keep
Yes,
Yes,
Professor
that's-
Thornhart, the
That
fat
was,
cat.
that was one of the people with us, him too. That was the guards.
Yeah, that's Volthoff.
They seem to be sitting at a cafe having a drink,
I'm just gonna start to sing. I don't know what.
which he's got his helmet off. So
Hey,
you can
do
see
Little
he's
Things by
a
Bush.
half elf.
Do Little Things by Bush.
I think I've heard that.
What about Glycerin by Bush?
Should we approach them?
Baby shark doo doo doo.
What is that?
It was really
Oh,
kids
you
back
don't
in the day.
We would. Yeah, I'm lost. I don't know who they are. Wait.
I start singing the tales of the Baron.
Yes, fight each other. Do my work for me.
That's right.
Do you want to?
We'll go where you go. Lead the way.
Would we have a use for them?
I don't know
For their
who they are to
information.
know what. I don't know them.
Let's approach them. Or I will.
Certainly, please.
I
Please,
will
if you wish
follow.
my company, please. Otherwise, I will continue to mind the area around me. That's all.
I'll approach him. Professor Thornhart.
Can I help you?
I see you don't remember me, but that's okay. I ran into you in the swamp.
Swan.
Day not grow?
Oh yes, you're that hair gone. Your fur looks different.
That's-
Color.
I changed with the fashions.
That's Baron done.
How have you been?
We have been having some adventures. That is for sure. And I will also greet, I will say,
Voltag,
Voltar,
Voltoff.
Voltian.
Both off the Elkin Knight.
Yes, Voltoff, the Elkin.
What was the?
Nice.
Greetings, Master Voltoff. How do you fare?
Well,
Well, you know, the last I saw you, you were in quite a predicament in the grove there. I see you made it out. You must have stories to tell.
a few, but honestly, it's all such a blur. You know, we actually did end up finding a way into the portal. It's quite interesting in there. But
We found a way into the portal.
it took a long time. But an individual came and had good insights. So we were able to make our way in. It's a realm of chaos. And I didn't stay there very long myself.
This individual that helped you, did he give you his name?
Something. Give me just a second.
Long stuff.
Yeah.
Never mind. So it's quite alright, don't you know?
Something along the line of like Bruno, a dark elf fellow.
Why does that name sound?
Yeah, it does. It sounds like really simple.
What's that? The slave traders in Oakmeyer or whatever? They live in the underground tunnels. Does anyone remember? Was it a fever dream I had?
In the underground tunnels.
Where there was the Dark Elves.
Yeah.
Or is that my dad? I swear it's in this campaign. There's like a bazaar down there and like.
So can you fill me in on anything? What happened?
slaves
Well,
I'm not thinking of this place.
and- Okay.
we went in.
I'm thinking.
We traveled around for a little while, documenting what we could. And we lost a few members, so we decided to come back and close it down for now until we can do a little research on what we found and discover a safer way to travel.
Have you spoken with Master Bosswood?
Not in recent times.
I'm always curious as to how he fares. I don't know what else. I don't think they could help us.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I don't know how they could. We can see if they know anything about what's going on with the works.
Outside of this, there were the statues that were in there, okay, and we know one of them was destroyed by the abomination way back with Meyer from that village. They all formed up and they
Yeah.
destroyed one of those statues, okay. Now that's supposed to have some kind of impact unless they reform themselves. How can you even get to the heart without those statues in place? That kind of thing. We learned some of this stuff along the way, okay. They should, I think, know some, they had some idea of what those statues were about in that base camp and outside of it, and that they were aligned with one another in some way, if I remember correctly. And I could be wrong about that, but they had some knowledge of the statues. And they had, I'm trying to think. Gosh, it's been a while on this one.
Yeah.
I know Meyer was upset at them over Gothmog, really, really upset at them.
So, Professor, the statues, whatever happened to them? Were they involved in your going into the portal? Did you manipulate them in some way?
Yes, the Drow, he had a way of activating them without actually triggering any effects. When we had to rebuild the one, that took quite a bit of time.
Was it an object that he used?
An object and an incantation that he had.
Do you remember what the object looked like? Just out of curiosity.
I believe it was a dagger of some sort that he had.
Well, as you can tell, I like daggers.
Open up your coat like Machete there.
Any other strange occurrences going on around here?
Don't think so.
I don't think so.
Classes have been going on.
How are classes?
Going all right.
Good selection of students this semester.
It's okay.
Okay?
Many of them don't take to herbalism well.
Their loss. Their loss. I'd like to buy you folks a drink and I will exit myself from your company. I will pay to buy them a drink.
2 silver pieces.
2 silver pieces.
Some good drink.
College town.
It's all overpriced.
You're not wrong though.
Yeah, well, where do the college students get the Bush Light around here for $8 a case?
Now this is a hipster college.
Oh, like
Avocado toast and raspberry tea.
Now they're drinking green matcha tea.
Green matcha
craft beer only.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, were they?
Long time ago, we met them when we were adventuring in Daynot Grove. They were a group of research professors that were doing some research on these statues that supposedly opened this portal. And when we met them, they had not succeeded, but obviously in the time since they have.
To go to a place of chaos? Something?
I can't help but wonder if this is all connected.
I don't know.
Chaos and pandemonium sound awful similar.
Then there was a person who enticed them to go to that place. Is that correct?
Yes, a drow named Brunor, and that name sounds so familiar.
Bruno.
It does, too. For some reason, I'm thinking I got it written down somewhere.
You guys can give me a history check if you want.
I'll do
I will
that.
do that.
Is this everybody, or is this so long ago that my character wouldn't know?
You could probably know.
13.
Yeah, you're right.
Ooh, 5. I don't know.
History? I think I add 2 to that. So 17?
It's an intelligence roll.
Yeah, I add 2 to
You're
that.
pretty sure that's the dark elf
I have 5 added to that, so 20.
20.
Ooh.
I'm pretty sure that's the
Excuse
dark
me.
elf who was a paladin of Bane. Who you fought back and forth.
Right, the big dude in the wolf coat.
Oh yeah,
that
the
had
one that I
fist.
like critted like 7 times, and he just went like and like healed. Yeah. What's his name again?
Bruno.
Oh, that guy.
You just know who that guy is?
Well, out of character, yes.
Okay.
The Paladin of Bane.
He was the guy we fought with the halfling and the one chick on the card.
So what happened while I was gone?
What? He was. That was the guy?
Charles' nemesis.
Yeah.
Which raises the question why? And what dagger?
Probably. I don't know why, but I have a feeling it's the dagger of venom.
I don't know why that would be, but.
Yeah, I don't think that would open up.
Someone's been looking over the roll for initiative board.
No.
No,
I'm kidding, dude.
haven't.
These some sneaking peeks, Ethan.
We're gonna switch places.
All I can see is I can barely see that, and that's it.
He's looking.
Mhm.
Right, screen looker.
When I look at that,
He's
that's
not
in my
even want to
mind.
play split screen. But
Okay,
No, he's
so
not.
so again, he was the heavily armored drow guy who was giving out the signs to people.
Yeah.
We fought against him
That
and a
dude.
couple of other slippery people. Yeah. Okay.
The only thing I think of is they were after the heart for some reason.
Okay, and they
Something.
lost people in the course of going to this chaos realm. And they
That's
came
what the
back.
professor said.
Maybe some verdant in there? Or some remnants
Well, I think
of
it's
Volgamon
the
that got trapped in there?
dagger of venom. It's because you wanted that dagger, and that like
Yeah.
elf girl bought it.
What'd that have to
Yeah,
do
but
with
how would that open
opening
the
a portal?
portals? Yeah.
Oh no, just
Um,
No, something else.
Now I have seen that drow man be the motivation beyond chaos and death. Who was in his party? Was there anyone in particular in his group that he would seek?
But I remember.
I mean, you remember this girl that was with him, that was using the one rifle, but
I'm sorry, I meant the people who were with the herbologist guy. Was anybody in his party people that they would have been after?
The only ones they were after, they got from the old granny. They were which was the verdant. They had no verdant in their team, so.
Okay, I don't. Seems like a trap to me.
Don't you eat those?
Why would you trap somebody in there? But that's what it seemed like to me. Why do
Where?
it otherwise? Send them to this chaos magic place other than to cost lives.
They had to be looking for something in the chaos. Had to be.
Well,
Maybe they were trying
the cat,
to,
The cat man was looking for this heart thing,
No, they were. I think they were.
but this drow showed up and is just like, "Hey, I know how to
they
open
were
this
not
up."
aware
The
that
heart,
it led to,
They just wanted to know what it did.
yeah,
Right.
they're researching the grove.
Yeah. Only we knew
Okay.
about the heart because we found
And
out.
that was
Okay, please excuse me. I'm
That went
I'm
to-
mixing things up. I apologize.
Mosswood's-
the Mosswood.
And the
That's
other
what
half.
changed into the thing
Yeah, the other half of him.
In the Feywild.
Yeah.
to the whatever god. Yeah.
that autumn man that we saw with Granny. That has to be the other aspect of Mosswood.
We discussed that.
His name was backwards.
Yeah.
Moss was backwards. And
Yeah.
we already talked about that.
Yeah.
What's Mosswood backwards?
Douchebag.
Yeah.
Deuce row,
Something like that.
deuce wrong.
Do W Moss. Sam.
Alright, back to you two.
All right.
And then he said, "You shall not pass." Not fan of the classics, huh?
Tell me exactly how did you get on this man's bad side?
Alphabetically or chronologically?
Let's go alphabetically.
Well, who? First of
I
all,
arrived.
Arriving here.
first of all, who are you even talking about?
Exactly.
Well, it's Helsing and we just arriving here since that's alphabetical, and chronological. If it's
Alphabetically is a lot harder, isn't it?
yeah, it's a long. Let's see here. I wouldn't agree to join him.
That's W.
I'll get there eventually.
Burned in the desert.
Clogged up his toilet. I unclogged it, but you know. Again, if we're talking about Borkash, well, try to say some of the Verdun, stopped him from getting to those Verdun. Borkash was really hated me. Oh, that's right, we stole a whole bag of the Verdun that was part of Volgamon. He really hated that. Helsing, you know about his plans with the mind flares. Him trying to get the weapons to the nukes. Blah blah blah. Let's see.
What's a nuke?
Think about one of your spells that could it could blast an entire city like Alkenhold. But didn't require magic.
Sounds kind of cool.
Nice.
It is in essence.
I gotta go look for one of these now.
I know, right? I'm a big fan of explosions.
Not if you're close enough that you're within viewing range, you're pretty much screwed anyways. Trying to stop him and his mind flayer gang from, well, for Helsing, trying to stop him and his mind flayers from taking over. Did screw up his little.
So you just kind of tell him.
Yeah, basically just tell him everything between both Borkash and Helsing, just because all the things we. All the things we've ruined.
Don't get mad about it.
I wouldn't tell him anything.
I'm not telling him my critical weaknesses.
Look,
I'm just telling him how much we
He had his
sabotage.
fucking bird on your head for all of this time. He knows what he knows.
Yeah, I know.
I wouldn't tell him fucking anything.
All I'm gonna say
I
is
take
I'm
every
with
hit
you.
on that whip he has to give me. Give him nothing.
I'm not into that.
He's into that.
I'm not telling him weakness. I'm just telling him, hey, here's all the things that we screwed up.
So what's your party's weakness?
Mine is blabbing.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Ours is mind. Everybody else is mind goblins.
I mean, other than that, we just basically screwed over every single.
Yes, mind goblins. I found it this morning.
So mostly everything was.
Sorry, Sugandis.
We took it.
There's a mind goblin?
The psionic goblin.
Yeah.
Psionic goblin? Oh, okay, yes.
The Psy Commander. I mean, that's about it. I mean, both of them have reasons to hate us.
Hey, you.
Can you please
Us.
add my
You were part of this, a lot of this.
Us.
They're pretty powerful. They can cast telekinesis.
Yeah. I mean,
Did you
but
say psionic goblin?
Psy Commander
Goblin.
or something like that.
What?
Well,
Psi
it's-
Commander goblin?
Psi Commander Gollum.
Goblin.
Goblin. Excuse me. Sorry.
Man, though, strangely enough,
I
if
gotta
I'm talking
look
about
this up.
Borkash, you should know all about that if you're working with him. Since you were part of his little gang. I mean, I personally have a, depending on what you did with him, I mean, you should know all that, shouldn't you?
silence.
So you're not the real Heimdall.
Are you even there?
Probably not.
Well, holy shit! Would you look at that?
Well, so if you are going to just
What?
kill us, I mean,
The Psy Commander Colin.
Well,
Is it a real thing?
Yeah.
So
what
my
else is there
goblins
to
are
tell
real.
you? Man, you ain't going to get money from me. I don't have any. I'm broke. You took it all.
Same yet. I don't think he's even
Was
here.
that, want some more songs?
I'm a little teapot, short turnstone.
If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning.
I do the Muppet theme again.
That one was weird.
Well, it works better when you have a chorus.
It didn't sound right.
What do you think?
Yeah, he's definitely gone.
Storm through the town.
Or he's listening intently to the sound of my voice.
I don't know. Check out the college.
I'm surprised my
Yeah, we
ears
go to the
haven't let out
conservatory.
yet.
Right.
Oh, it gets worse. And now I'm going to.
Yeah. Again,
Now I'm going to see a Michael Bolton song.
can't see everything from the plaza. So
Who's
let's
that?
Right.
Huh?
From Office Space?
Probably. I'll have to
Yeah,
look
because
at
I
that.
remember now I was hiding
Spare me from the pain,
in
either
those
kill me or
bushes.
just
Saying,
south. It's just south of the
at this point, it
conservatory.
would be starting to get kind of late though,
That's
because
true.
you guys got here in the evening.
Yeah,
So we probably should have back
Okay.
up camp.
don't have a problem with that.
or hit it in.
I was working hard on that camp. You can at least tell me you're going to get it.
I don't have a problem with going back. I have my new staff of flowers. I want to feed the horse. I'll feed Cousin Peter. So I like
Okay.
these staff of flowers.
We'll go back.
I don't have a problem with
You guys make your way back.
that. Making the way the world's day.
As you arrive to a half-made camp,
Wait, what?
Half-made camp.
you do see Cousin Peter and the horse there. It looks like they're freshly brushed,
Oh,
That's nice.
of him.
Yeah.
and there is a note on the saddle of the horse. The car is gone.
Oh, well, hastily open up the letter then. Why would the car be gone?
You'll figure out.
I don't understand. Why would the vehicle, unless there was some pressing matter? But there's a note.
What's it say?
Put it up. 2 down, 3 to go. Pay for all. You might get them back. Signed, Heimdall. P.S. You bastards killed my bird.
Yep. Yeah, that happened. Poor bird.
This is not good.
Perhaps we should search the area to see if there's some trace of our friends.
It's getting late.
Drag mark.
All the better to get moving with haste.
I have to fart. But I can't figure out which way to lean.
Can you talk again?
Yeah, we'll search around, see if we can find, where, like, maybe where a teleportation came in or something like that.
Well, you have your warp sense, don't you?
I'm not tuned to it.
If you're truly a bot, make him shut up.
He's just jealous because he can't sing with the crowd.
Alright, give me an investigation check.
Are you asking for us?
21.
Not you.
Oh, I was doing performance.
Oh.
21.
That is a 17.
Your lips are glued shut with sovereign glue.
Oh no!
16.
Oh god. One thing to get rid of that is universal solvent,
That's
right?
correct. That's the only way.
You guys do end up finding a trace of some kind of powder in the grass.
And a big imprint with a pompadour.
But other than that, it's not-
Can I tell what it is?
You can give me a nature check.
Little acrid. Smells of. It's got the scent of a sleep.
12.
Definitely some kind of powder that would be something normally used.
Is there enough to gather?
Boom.
No? Okay.
Just what's remaining.
Okay. Had to ask.
Some of it's still in his face.
Oh, thank God, peace and quiet.
Oh, that didn't last long. How long has it been?
Not enough to put in the chemistry set and figure out what it
Dang
is.
it.
Right.
What kind of bard uses knockout powder? You're not very good at this. Couldn't you just sing us a lullaby to sleep?
Go to sleep, my baby. My baby.
Stop!
Baby. Stop. Go to sleep.
Why? That's not how. You're the shittiest bard I've seen since him. So you're not really. No, that's right. He's too embarrassed to answer, or he's not here.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, we're kind of flummoxed here. What do we?
Why do I smell something
I see
burning?
no trace. Of course, I'm
Alright,
not the
okay.
best at tracking an individual through foliage and the like, but it seems as though they have just up and vanished.
Do you have the scrying orb, or did Sirius have that?
Unfortunately, it's with me and Marmari.
Sorry, what was the highest investigation?
I have 16.
I didn't
21.
Oh, 21. No, that's higher than I thought. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, 10.
You would also see tracks from the car. Looks like it goes south. And
Into the
then
lake.
stops at the lake.
Ah, shit.
Does it look like it goes into the lake?
I'd ask if they could actually see it in the water or not, but
It's dark.
Can I use shape water to see if the tracks actually do go down into the lake? They do.
could you just keep going down and shaping the water around you guys?
Well, I use that
would
trick with
take
the
a
Baron,
Larger spell.
but I would also. I'm pretty sure I undid control water. No, I did not undo control water. I kept control water and banishment. I could move an awful lot of water to see where this goes.
You got nothing else to go off of.
I got a 100 by 100 by 100 cube. That's a damn big piece of water.
I have locate object.
What would you locate?
His car.
You.
I'm not an object.
My armor.
A name.
You
Or
sure
the-
you're an object?
My armor.
There's a certain ring that you
Oh,
very
okay.
clearly despise.
Yeah, but there could be a number of
you
people
could-
with that
you could
ring.
look for his
It's a
car.
blessing
Look
number.
for his cars. That'd be easy.
My armor's unique though.
But I could. Okay, I'll move the water. I'll move the water out of the way and see where it can go with moving water. 'Cause I can move a plentiful amount at this point with control water.
The car's at the bottom of the lake.
Shack carpeting is going to be in terrible condition after this.
Oh no. Oh. It's all a trick. We're not down there at all.
Well, no
It was a ploy.
Okay, so I will maintain concentration upon this.
Stefano
Someone
can drive it
wishes
out of there if he wants
to
to.
retrieve the vehicle. And I can pull some of the water out of the soil so it's not as muddy and terrible. Hopefully we find our friends.
So
It
you're going
seems
down.
as though
Yes.
I don't know why they would do this themselves. I can't imagine.
They wouldn't. Yeah, I'll go down to the car.
You get in and try to move it. It does not move. You would probably know of the object, so the thermal cube is missing.
Please ransack the engine.
He's watched you take it apart.
He would know.
Let me guess, there's a note.
No, he probably just knows that, but without that special thermal cube. The
No,
thermal
like a
cube
note
is
saying-
Make my way
it's
back up.
I've got a thermal cube.
it's especially designed to get the heat to a certain really high degree to make steam.
Nope, I can make 95 degrees.
Yeah. It's like a 200 degree or something like that.
Right,
212.
there we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
At minimum, so I'll do that.
212 Fahrenheit or 100 degrees Celsius, which is the superior method.
Yeah, Celsius works out kind of nice.
Now, you would know the command to make it small.
Oh, so it'd be portable at that point.
Yeah, it would be. Because you do know that Micro Machine was the one when I said Micro Machine, it would roll out and make it larger. So if it's still there, he could make it. I mean, Tonica would know. I've taught him pretty much most of the commands.
Okay, well, search the inside of it and then bring it out.
Yeah. Oh, I will.
Give me an investigation check.
Not that-
Advantage or not?
That's if that's still there.
Double, triple advantage.
19.
It's 30.
Upon looking inside the back, a lot of it's been taken out, but there is a small bead sitting, like, just kind of in the car.
Don't touch
A
it.
little red bead.
Don't
Easy.
touch it.
You're not there.
Would I recognize it?
Looks similar to something you've seen before.
Like a bead of force?
Or
No?
be, yeah. I think I know what it is.
Possibly delay fireball like that.
Yeah.
There's no possibility it is.
Possibly.
It is. The DM said possibly it is.
No, he said possibly. Might
Said
be
no.
Might be
It
some- might be
seems
something
like a
like
bead. That is right.
Okay, where's my sticker?
What?
It is.
Beware of this
something-
smiling
Let me
DM.
ask a quick question, and you may laugh at me for doing that. Would I be able to take my bag of devouring and place it over the bead and enclose the bead with...
I'm trying to.
I will.
Give me a sleight of hand check. You're not very good at those.
Yeah, totally not.
Oh boy.
28.
Quickly seal it up.
Nothing happens? Okay. Let's leave it there.
I forgot we got a bag of devouring.
And from there, I'll shrink it down and bring it back out. How much money do you have? None right now, right?
No. Well, that Mistral's worth a whole lot.
All right.
Quick
Alex.
question. Quick question. The width of the lake that I got, does it smell the same here?
Pretty similar.
I mean, that could mean anything. It could just be a general lake.
Well, look, it's also
Smell.
there's 3 of them right here. There's 3 lakes right here.
Yeah, there are.
If they're all just standard issue lake and they're not swampy or blah blah blah,
Right.
then it's all just going to be like a little bit of lake water. That's a good idea, though. I really liked it. Well, is it swampy? Is it this? Is it marsh? Is it?
Yeah, because those would have distinct odors.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and peat moss and
Real
some
steep.
tree rot.
Yeah.
Is it sulfurous? Is it
Gator
phos-
shit.
Yep, gator shit. Definitely gator shit. Yeah. Yeah, because Gothmog's probably been shitting in this lake a long damn time.
Yeah.
And it's
Gothmog
likely to
died?
smell like him in these 80 years.
We don't
Baxfair
know.
Lake?
He
What?
disappeared.
Baxfair
Is that what it
Lake?
was? Okay.
But we're pretty sure that Mosswood killed him.
Yeah, you have one of two different directions you're going to go. You're either going to end up as a mechanical mind flayer or have your entire timeline erased, so it's probably kind of pointless for you to do. Just saying. Helsing doesn't really give a shit about you. He likes flaying people and pulling out their lungs. And Borshak, he'll just drop you out of a portal into the middle of nowhere.
All right.
Just trying to get any kind of response.
Are they talking in there?
What else can I do?
It's actually Stephanical's hole. It's where the tunnel is.
All right, he comes out, then I'll collapse the water back in. And cause an uproar in the daily newspaper. Yes.
Mysterious creature sighted in lake.
The Loch Ness
Nice.
monster with
I really have to go. Come on.
Seems as though this is not availing us of any more information.
There's a lot of parts missing.
Ah,
And he tried a subtle trick again with the fireball bead.
oh my.
I take care of it.
Good. Good. All right. Well, now we have the more or less broken automobile thing, and still no real clue beyond 2 of us are gone, according to this note, and that a few remain yet.
Well, technically 3. But he only knows that 2 of us are gone.
What?
Would there be any
alright,
clues where he was
I suppose
sleeping?
you're right.
He is just the powder, really.
Okay.
I was asleep. He was knocked out.
So there was powder on the grass and there's powder here?
There was no powder for him.
He's already asleep, so.
Okay.
Yeah, no powder for me.
Well, that's right. He just
Also
bonked you.
says that there's
No, I
no
was asleep.
remains, which
Would I notice the powder, Ethan?
Yeah, I mean,
they
they would have
weren't,
pointed
they
it
weren't
out.
killed. I mean, there was their blood. Is there anything that suggests that they were victimized inside the vehicle?
Could I do
I didn't see any.
Could I do a nature check on the powder?
But there was a trap.
Huh?
There was a trap.
Sleepy willow. A pollen from a sleepy willow tree.
Oh, 12.
Not sure.
Not sure. Okay.
Smells kind of like your robe, didn't it?
Would I be able to gather that that would be sleepy? Okay.
You know, my friends are going to kill you. Like, a lot.
I'd share this information with you guys as I found this
It'll be
powder,
brutal.
and it smelled like the robe of Supreme Leader.
Well, if he is truly Hemdall, then I don't think. we
Ah,
stand
the
a
one that
chance.
was cursed. is it?
Yes.
He had to do this to us just to knock us out. He didn't face
Right.
us.
So you're saying that
And I'm not, probably
you
not
found
Heimdall.
an agent of sleep.
He seemed to be
Potentially.
So capture.
not needing the information about us.
Not
It seemed to
death.
be
He took us
Well,
prisoner.
it
Why would
appears
he
so.
kill us?
All right. All right. Okay. So
because you're not
perhaps he
needed.
still wishes to extract more money
And
from
the
us.
contract was most likely to kill us.
And
That's what
then
the
we
note
are
said.
free.
Me, he's
All
only brought
right.
back
So
he
we
can
have
absorb my
some,
knowledge.
but we don't have
You?
a proof of life
You were
or
there.
anything that suggests other than this note, which we're just supposed to believe. Is the letter magical? I have a wand of detect magic. Like if we were to write a responding note.
I still have envelopes of sending.
I use the talk box and call Sirius.
Yeah.
I call Sirius. Sirius.
Go for serious.
Who is this?
Who do you think it is? It's serious. Clearly.
Are you
Seriously?
the captor of Sirius? Am I speaking with Heimdall?
Bad blood. Bad
You don't hear
blood.
it.
Shut up! Okay, fine.
This is he.
So you have not given us the full time. You are duplicitous, and you have taken members of our party.
You killed my bird.
Yes, your bird is dead. Shame that you kept that spy was kept amongst the ranks for as long as it was? So, beyond the money, it is simply death, then?
Well, that's the way it stands right now.
Without the money.
Yeah.
So, my question
Your name
becomes
is our
is,
store.
you decided to take upon a bounty for us. And in the end, you're willing to sell yourself out to the bounty, at the expense of the person you took the bounty from.
Yeah, I've got no morals.
Ah!
Jigsaw.
But won't the person who you accepted the bounty from be perturbed?
Boo-hoo.
It's okay. I have to give credit to this guy. This guy is badass.
It's very interesting. How'd you survive that lich? How'd you manage that? Or have you? Are you a thrall?
That I'm not.
Not a thrall.
I'm not dead either, obviously.
So you survived, or did you just bargain yourself out in some way?
It's complicated, but that's not really the point of what we're talking about right now, is it?
I suppose not, but it goes to the past and what brings us forward to today. It's interesting. You have spirited yourself away quite ingeniously, I must say. Are our compatriots being held well? Or are they having punishment exacted upon them?
Oh, well, yes and no. I mean, have a little fun with them, sure.
Ah, I see. Oh. Well,
I don't
How soon do you think you could have a baby?
I don't think the nipple tassels were necessary here.
That's not just
if
the
your
idea.
bird was
Yeah, it's
such a
important
good
to us.
spy, how many times did it hear that you were not going to receive payment?
If that's the case, we can keep going around and around on this.
You have given us time, have you not?
Small amount, but you definitely didn't seem to want to do what would keep you alive.
This is true. We expected, I suppose, a more honorable fellow to challenge us. to
This man
challenge
literally
us
said he has
someday
no morals.
within a certain length of time of which we have been preparing for. And it seems that you have acted upon well, before the time was due.
Sure.
No morals, of course.
I
Right.
did sign a contract saying I needed to keep not do that until a certain time.
Well, you said that you would come for us in 5 days, and it's been 2.5. 2.
I mean,
3.
Four. It's like we're at 4.
What?
It's not binding.
I see.
It's like the fourth day. You should show up like tomorrow.
It's tomorrow at this point? I didn't think it was. I thought we
Not
were
really
still
like
in like
savings
2 days.
time.
Yeah, I
We
thought
were
we
at least
still
past
had
the
like
third.
2
You
days.
still
left.
have
I
16
think,
now.
I think we're
Right.
I think we're heading into like one more day before we get to
Well,
that.
it was like 3 days when we poofed right on over to Kara's Vale, and all it's been is 6 more hours after that fight. Well, maybe 8, whatever. So I still thought we had like 2 days. Either way, it doesn't matter at this point.
Over a day at least.
Well, seeing how as your bird is deceased, how on earth are we supposed to put money in your hand?
I'll send another one. If
Shame.
you won't kill it, I mean, that's what I'm waiting to hear.
Notice the lack of silence. Notice the silence.
It seems to me that the spy amongst our midst is not the best way to go. Perhaps we could meet face to face.
How about not?
Truly a brave one, this one.
Well, smart, certainly. Our friends are in a place that we don't know, and he continues to bargain for payment, which would suggest that they're still alive. Otherwise, what would be the need for payment?
Go do a history check.
To extort us.
Possibly.
I mean, how do we know he'll return our friends?
I require a sign of life that our friends have not expired, and time for the payment to be rendered. We had approximately 2 days.
What kind of proof do you require?
Well, it would certainly be at least good to know that they can speak with us, even freely for a moment less. That we could ask a question. Possibly that they would know the answer to and not you.
One moment.
What's going on with my head?
Which head?
Both at this point. Can't feel my arms anymore.
He shaved my head.
Poplar's glad to go. It's not even shave the head.
Fell off and scooted away.
Go! Live! Live and be free!
You would shortly hear somebody walk into the room.
Do we hear any item like a door or it just suddenly steps? Can we tell the direction?
Is this microphone thing? Is this thing still on?
No. Your friends want to speak with you.
I have a friend who wants to speak to you. It's called Google, and Google says you're a bitch.
Not familiar with her.
Have you ever heard of Sugandese?
I have. In what universe?
Throw him to the floor.
Whenever you're going to get into one, you're going to either get a robotic parasite in your head, or you're going to be erased from existence.
Alright, speak away. Click.
Sirius, are you there? Zeltron.
Hi! This man just whipped me in the nuts, it hurts.
This little bitch isn't fucking Heimdall. He doesn't know shit.
He
Yes,
says
I
he's
am.
Heimdall and still expecting payment.
Well, you can expect it all he wants. He can go eat a dick for all I care. Ow!
Much of what just transpired says you definitely have. What question do I need to ask at this point?
You fake Heimdall, you can suck my nuts!
I think he's getting off for whipping me. So I am kind of getting a little hard nipples here. I think I find out a new fetish here.
I see. Perhaps questions are...
Any short stacks in the area that get into this?
Huh?
I need to find a nice little short stack that gets into this kind of stuff.
You are disgusting, serious!
I need confirmation that you're going to pay, otherwise I'll take a little more drastic measure.
Not the hair!
Yes, the head, get rid of it!
Okay.
He's got us in a room with the magical darkness and this ability to control our, turn off our magical items.
And our magic, I cannot cast anything.
Butter.
It will take time to come up with the money. We do not just have it.
Told ya.
I'll take magical items as payment too.
Understandable.
Please tell me the car's alright.
The car
Just a
is
little
a
while.
shambles.
No, the shag rug!
But the trap didn't work either. That was left. Shame, I suppose.
I was right. Google was right. You are a bitch.
I have to agree on you with this one. So scared he doesn't want to show his
He
face.
seems to keep becoming. The simple fact is, he doesn't seem to understand what's going on because he keeps convincing that we killed the bird, but it wasn't us. I told him that when we met the Kugat that just shriveled up and fell over. So he doesn't seem to know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, it doesn't even want to show his face.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question outside of this. Again, with his magic armor stuff, it is just making it into magic properties.
Yeah.
So the talk box is not a mechanic thing, it is a sending stone in essence.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still working.
It is.
Probably because Heimdall's allowing it to work.
Well, whoever this is.
Okay. Can your warp sense figure out where this is sending? Like a portal.
Oh, like triangulation.
Yes.
No.
Text portals.
Like
Yeah.
we
Okay.
tried to do with that zombie thing.
Okay.
With,
All right.
Like Alice, just bam, bam, bam.
You have locate object. We are currently talking through this thing. It must still be upon the material plane.
And he...
It's in a darkened place that he controls some kind of magic, anti-magic inside of, but can obviously leave it, or that some aspect of him allows this thing to continue to use it outside of here.
So it's a very narrow anti-magic field.
Or it's focused on you from two different sources. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The idea being, you can still speak and whatever else, you just can't use any of your innate abilities. Fine. Okay? Which to me would suggest it's also not necessarily an extra dimensional space, it's just a space somewhere. Alright? These things don't have a range that I think they go
smell
on
anything?
indefinitely on a plane that you're on. So that's not telling us anything. Like, it took a second to get there, which would mean it's within X amount of miles, so it can't probably triangulate. But his things might be locatable. If we're talking through it, it might be locatable.
Cast locate object on his sending stone.
Perception?
Mm-hmm.
I would still do something outside of it. The engine of his car. The engine of
31.
his car is outside of him.
Because it's not magical.
What?
This is
Calls
not
on that
magical.
map for me.
What?
It's not a magic thing, right? It's a thermal cube.
His thermal cube is
You
magical.
would smell rainbow.
It's just been altered to work the way he wants to.
Okay.
But it is magical.
kind of smells okay.
Anything that stands out of the scent that I recognize or an area
Okay.
I'm not familiar with.
All right, you are starting to hit on some of the things that can be the telling aspects, like this lake has a smell to it. All right, you're hitting on some of the things that outside of magic.
You would notice the air feels slightly thinner.
You know, I'm getting really lightheaded from all this thin air here. I mean, I don't know if we're on top of a mountain or just really high up or below something, but man, it's getting hard to breathe in here. Is this some kind of bad torture too? Also, that dripping is getting on my nerves above me.
Yeah, I set that up myself. It's pretty cool, isn't it?
You learn from my people? Does Helsing tell you about that?
Maybe.
I'm gonna say
It's
he's a
telling us
vanity
that it may
bitch.
be
Doesn't
at
want
a
to look
higher
at us. Doesn't
elevation,
want us to see his
possibly.
face.
The air is thin.
But you can't locate objects on what?
On the sending stone.
Well,
On
no.
this,
Or on the, what would I...
it'd be his thermal
The
cube.
thermal cube.
We're hoping.
Or
to
my
be
armor.
outside of
Again,
it.
I'm wearing my armor still.
But your
It's
armor is an
magic.
anti-magic.
But it's still an object.
Inside anti-magic. So just like your mind shielding thing, you may get nothing from it because it's inside anti-magic. It needs to be something outside of it.
My pompadour.
Your hair is inside the anti-magic.
Part of it could be sticking out.
No, seriously.
It's an object.
Okay, yes, the the immortality field ends at this point, Rick. Let's.
You get a sense of the object.
Okay.
It is within 1,000 feet of you. The direction is up.
Oh,
Just like
You don't see anything. But
okay.
A 1,000 feet up.
Or close, at least that far.
I don't say that out loud. Give us an hour to see what we can do. I will call you back as soon as I can. We are in a town, you know this, where items can be procured and sold. You know this.
I want to try something real quick.
You either had your agents or did it yourself to take these people. You know this.
I want to try before we know this while they're talking. I want to try to kick off the wall one more time. It's my best I can. And when I do, I want to try to stick out my feet as far as I can and try to activate my rocket boots.
Wait, are they magical or no?
They're part of my armor. They are magical items, but how far does the field extend? How far out away is he?
I'm not even saying, like I said. Who amongst us can fly?
15.
We need to go 1,000
Press
feet up.
No, they don't.
We need to go
So
1,000
if I put my
feet
feet
up.
out and I try to activate my boots,
Donk.
and it's
What
based.
was that,
Is
Chris?
that correct? You
No,
said
seriously.
1,000
It's
feet
based
up.
off
Well, it's
of.
within 1,000 feet.
Does it feel like they just are still turned
But
off and not
up is
working?
the direction.
Okay.
Yes.
We need to at least go up.
Kick! Ninja kick! Shit. Ow, my calves!
let's see if your friends pay up.
Well, unless one of them.
Otherwise, the elf there is getting dropped.
And.
I mean, that's not your problem.
No, it's really not.
This affects me how?
I know
So
that
we're
you
not-
are very fast on
Ah,
your
so that explains
feet,
the air.
but can you ascend into the air?
Now there's just a question of
I don't have any
what,
flying skills.
where, how high we are up, and how we're this high.
I do not believe I have anything that can
I
do
want to look
that
up. Can I
high.
see the ground at all?
Pure darkness. Advanced darkness.
It's
Darkness plus 9.
So it's a magical darkness. I want to stretch out my leg as far as I can in all directions. Do I feel anything inside behind me? Like, if I can't, just like, to the wall to the right. Can I feel still trying to the left?
No footsies with Celtar.
Well, I do have the ability to summon things, don't I?
That you do.
I could summon something that flies.
You could.
And I think we'll end the session today because it's already 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, interesting.
Hmm.
You knew he was trying to get you as soon as you split up.
I didn't. I figured he.
I did not expect him to try for 2 of us. I was expecting it to be 1.
Well, my guess is he got 2 because one of them was asleep.
Yeah.
Well, makes sense.
I didn't know he was gonna do it.
I'm gonna let you know outside of this, I killed the bird. All that back and forth, I killed the bird.
Well,
Because
Well, I knew you set it on
was
fire.
a spy. I knew it was a spy this whole
but
damn time.
was it?
What?
He's telling a lot here by not knowing what happened. He would know that he says I killed the bird. I didn't. You did.
He okay. The aspect of how it happened, he doesn't know.
So
He
there
just
is,
knows that it died.
but that means that there are things he's not able to know. It's
well,
not
right,
catch-
because I used things to make it not know.
my
But
point.
the idea is, I did
reminded
kill the
him.
bird.
So it's not 100%. It's not 100%. It's just giving everything that we're getting off. If he would have known that something happened to it. That wasn't us. But you set it on fire and salted the earth where you buried it.
Yes.
But he doesn't know. But you. He says you killed it, but
Knows
not
about
how.
Yeah, no.
So again, he's not getting the full information for the damn thing. So he says, I killed the bird. Well, if he knew everything, he would know I didn't do it. You did.
Well, like I said, he may not know everything, but the bird could. It's like a familiar. You can look right through its eyes. You can hear what it hears. You can see what it sees.
Exactly. But he's not able to hear that.
He wasn't able to see what magic killed it. That's
He just
all
knows
that
it.
really happened here.
But again, if he was able to see and hear through it, he'd know almost exactly what happened.
Right. But like I said,
Not
I use
familiar because
Yeah.
when you killed it, it didn't disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's missing some. He seems to be missing some information. Sure.
Oh yeah, I'm not opposed to the idea that he's missing a little bit of something, but it's a spy and it had to go.
And yet, I was right by not killing it because now he got pissed off by it.
I can't take that away. I cannot take that away. That is true.
All right, everyone. I'll talk to you all later. You
But
have a good
I
night.
did kill his.
Next time, tune in next week.
Which raises the question about what we want to do next week.